Just a few disclaimers before the course begins. So I filmed the course and edited it with the intention of charging for it, but after everything was done with the course, I decided to make it free to parents just so that it could reach as many people as possible. So you hear me talk about charges or costs during the course, you can just disregard that. I also had planned to make a community section for the course as well as have some resources available. The resources will still be available. They will be in the description. Just click the link in the description to get access to the resources. For the community section, I would still love to do it. It's supposed to be a place where parents can meet, share tips and tricks, and just be around other parents that are in the same life stage as them. If you like the idea of this, please let me know in the comment section. I will make that available. I hope this empowers you, and I'll see you in the course. Hi parents, welcome to your Satisfying Birth Childbirth course. I'm so excited to have you here today. This is just a quick intro to let you know what to expect as you go through the course and how to get the most out of it. The goal of this course is to equip parents with all the knowledge and information that they need to know or to have in order to have a positive and empowering birth experience, and just to be able to better navigate the healthcare system, the pregnancy care system, I guess. And so how to use this course. This course is so great because apart from the teaching instruction, which is me talking to you, we also have a community section. So make sure that you check that out because it's a tool that we created to help other parents to connect with each other, to help me to connect with you in case you have any questions, in case I have any announcements, anything like that. Also, there will be lots of resources available to you with this course. And if there's any resource that I want you to check out, I will let you know when I'm speaking about it. And you will find it in the resources section of each chapter. Okay, so welcome to section 1. For this course, I made the very first section of it to be completely free because I wanted to give parents the opportunity to get a taste for it, see what I'm about, see if you would resonate with my teaching style before you commit to buying the whole course. I do recommend though that after watching this first section that you do go ahead and watch the whole course because everything I put in there, we put our heart and soul into creating this course to have all the information that you need. So make sure to check out the whole thing. But this is a section 1. It's completely free and I hope you enjoy it. So my name is Deborah and I'm a birth doula and a childbirth educator. I became a birth doula even before I became pregnant with my first baby because I was just so curious about birth, and the more that I learned, the more I realized that there was so much that I didn't know because it's just not common knowledge. Everything these days is so medicalized. The media is carrying such different versions of what childbirth looks like compared to what it actually looks like, and I was so shocked by how much I didn't know. And so I became a doula, and the more I learned, I was like, you know what, I need to teach parents everything that I have learned. And so that's what this course is about. I have supported multiple mamas through pregnancy and birth, and I've been providing physical, informational, emotional support just so that they can have a positive and empowering birth experience, the kind of birth experience that they desire. I prepared this course for you because, like I said, I was once in your position, and I wished so badly that I had somebody to tell me what I know now. I had to go through different places, learn from different resources to have all the information that I know now. And so I wanted to put everything together in a neat space, in one place, easy to understand and fun. So if you're wondering what we'll be covering in today's course, here's basically a breakdown of what you can expect. This is you here, right? This is where you currently are. You are probably feeling maybe scared, confused. I'm sure there's excitement there too, right? But you're not sure what to expect. And don't worry if this is really where you are, because this course is aimed at preparing you to feel completely ready and empowered before you go into labor so that you can have that positive experience that we keep talking about. Okay, so this section is called Mindsets. This is the free section of the course, but it's so important because I will be showing you everything you need to know to build your confidence in your ability to give birth. Because I always say it's labor, it starts with your mind. And so that's why the very first thing I want to talk about is mindset. Then We will go ahead to talk about pregnancy, how to maintain a healthy pregnancy, how to choose the right provider. That's section 2. We will then talk all about birth prep. I'll basically be teaching you everything you need to do basically before labor starts, how to choose the right birth location. For the partners, I will show you how to support the mom in labor, how to be that supportive partner that I know everybody wants to be. I'll direct you on how to do exactly that. And then for the mamas who want to have natural births, natural birth is something that is so dear and close to my heart. And so there's an entire section or semi-section dedicated to you to show you how to have that natural birth that you want, that's unmedicated birth. I'll show you all about that and how to increase your chances of reaching this goal, because I know it's such an important goal to so many mamas. Then we will go into labor. This is me telling you exactly what to expect during labor, step by step, everything that you need to know, positions that you need to try to help you optimize your labor, and positions that will also help you reduce your likelihood of tearing. Finally, we will talk about the postpartum period. It doesn't just end after your baby is born. I will tell you the things that happen, shortly after a baby is born. I'll tell you some postpartum some postpartum tips and tricks to help you make that whole process a bit easier. And so, after doing all of that, this is going to be you and your partner feeling calm, feeling confident, feeling ready to take on the journey and the task of parenthood. It's going to be a full transformation where I will give you everything you need to know, help you to be equipped, to be fully ready. So stay tuned. Watch all the sections of this course so that you can get everything, because really I've put in so much information. So make sure that you stick through it, watch everything, don't skip any sections, and I will see you in the very first section of the course, Mindsets. Welcome to the very first section of this course, Mindsets. So today, you will leave this section knowing how to go into labor feeling confident. We'll start by talking about how to overcome your fear of birth, and then we'll talk about how to build your confidence in birth and in the whole labor process. And just so you know, if you see me looking down or off to the sides, I'm just checking my notes because I want to make sure that I don't forget anything. I want to cover everything that I have planned for you today. Okay, so today we're going to be challenging your beliefs about birth, about labor, and the only requirement really is for you to listen with an open mind. This is how you break beliefs. But before we go into that, to birth without fear, we first of all have to define things, so we're all on the same page. So let's start with the definition of fear. We define fear as the belief that something is dangerous. And we define birth as the process of physically separating the child from the mother's body. This means that the fear of birth is the belief that the process of physically separating your child from your body is dangerous. All of what we're covering in this section is coming back to this sentence, fear of birth. It's the belief that the process of physically separating your child from your body is dangerous to you. So what are your fears in childbirth? What are you afraid of when it comes to childbirth? I want you to write them down. Just take a quick moment and write down some of the fears that you have regarding childbirth. I understand that birth can be overwhelming. It could be frustrating, it could be scary, but even though I know that that's how a lot of people feel, I also know that it doesn't have to be that way. I prepared this course to be able to help mamas to just navigate their birth journey so that they can have that satisfying birth, because I believe that for you to have a satisfying birth experience, fear cannot be the major emotion that you're feeling. So that's why we're starting off with fear. So let's start with the obvious. There is a reason why so many women choose to go through birth, right? All kinds of people, multiple kids, meaning they went through pregnancy multiple times. This is an example. This is my mom right here. And this is me, right? Me here as a little child. This is my big brother. My mom she went through labor. This is two, but I actually have a third brother. Sorry, I actually have a third sibling. What am I saying? Sorry. But I'm showing you this to say that my mom went through labor, pregnancy, childbirth 3 times. And she did this back then when in Nigeria, where pain medications were not very common. And so she decided to have 3 kids. That's me, and my 2 brothers. She decided to have 3 kids with no pain medication, going through all of that. And it's not just her. There's so many other women who decide to do this. They do it over again and again and again. Even your neighbor who seems to have like 10 kids. We all got here somehow, right? All these women went out of their way to go through childbirth over and over and over again. And that's why there's so many billions of people walking the earth right now. Somebody had to bring them into the world. So what does this mean? What am I trying to say here? I think it means that the process of pregnancy, labor, childbirth, it's all worth it to them because their new family, their new heart, their new loved one was on the other side of the whole process. And so it was worth it to them. I want you guys to keep this in mind. Keep this at the top of your mind as we go through all of this today. It's all worth it. Your new family is at the other side waiting for you. You're going through pregnancy, especially in that first trimester. Sometimes you forget why you're doing all of this. And that was it for me. I had really, really bad morning sickness in my first trimester. And I was like, what is this? Like, why did I decide to do this? And then when we had our very first ultrasound, when I got to see the baby for the first time, I was like, this is why. It all made sense. It all felt like, oh my gosh, this is actually something that is worth it. All the struggles is worth it. And so many other women feel this way. So keep that at the top of your mind. You're not going through all of this just for the sake of going through all of it. There's something so special and precious waiting for you at the end of this journey. So if all these women can do it, you better believe that you can too. You absolutely can do it because so many other women have done it. And women were special, but we're all special. There's no someone who's more special than you. And so if they can do it, I can do it, you can do it, we all can do it. So I think I need to drink water. So while we're on the topic of fear, I want to address, first of all, the fear of death. And I just want to speak statistically for a moment here. The World Health Organization, their statistics for death in childbirth is 0.0021%. Now, this might not mean anything to you, but here's what it means. It means, statistically speaking, if there are 10 pregnant women in a room, all of them are going to have their baby safely. All of them. Even if there were 50 or 100 people, 100 pregnant women in a room, all of them would have their baby safely. And this is basically just the global statistic. We live in Canada, or I live in Canada at least, where the number is even less. It's 0.0001%. And that means that if there were 200 women in a room, all of them would have their baby safely, statistically. 500 women, 1,000 women, 2,000 women, even 4,000 women. If there were 4,000 women in a room, all of them would have their baby safely. That's how safe childbirth generally is. So I'm not sure how many people are watching this course at this time. I'm not sure if it's going to be up to 4,000 at this moment, but at this moment, I can safely say that everybody here would be having their baby safely, statistically speaking, So the probability of you getting through childbirth safely, both you and your baby, is astronomically high. We've come so far as a society where, we know so much, we understand a lot of things, and so childbirth doesn't have to be this very dangerous thing. It's safe. For most people, it's safe, completely safe. And so now that we have talked about the fear of death, I hope that I've been able to show you that it's the likelihood of you having your baby safely is so high. So now we've addressed that. I know that some people also are afraid of the pain that comes with childbirth, right? So let's talk about the fear of pain. Ask yourself this: do you think that pain is a good thing or a bad thing? Take a moment to think about that. What do you think? Is pain a good thing or is it a bad thing? We feel pain during exercise, right? Does that mean that something is bad, or is it a sign of progress? Do you go to work out and expect to not feel any pain? Or do you work out and when you're in pain, you're worried that, oh my gosh, why am I in pain? So let's try to understand it. We define pain as the physical sensation of discomfort, right? And so the fear of pain is the belief that the physical sensation of discomfort in birth is dangerous to you. That's what basically, when you say you're afraid of the pain, that's pretty much what you're saying, that you believe that discomfort is dangerous. So let's even take a look at what exactly is the source of pain in labor, right? Why did God, if you believe in God, give us pain in labor? So this picture that you're looking at is basically what your baby looks like in the womb, right? Look how amazing it is. This is basically what it looks like. And as you can see, everything here is sealed, right? It's sealed right here. This is typically where an opening would have been, but it's sealed so that the baby cannot come out right now. So baby's tucked in there nice and safe. So I want to walk you through basically all the physical sensations of discomfort that you can expect to feel during labor, so that you can understand exactly what's happening when you're feeling those sensations. So let's see exactly what's going on the inside. So take, for instance, you're relaxing at home. You're in your third trimester, and you're just relaxing at home, and then labor starts. What's going on at that moment? So what's happening inside of you when labor starts is that the inside of your uterus where your baby is, this is basically your uterus, all around here like this. It's basically what surrounds your baby. It starts to shrink to move your baby downwards. This is what we call contractions. So typically when labor starts, the first signal of labor is those contractions. It's your uterus shrinking, contracting. That's why it's called contractions, right? And it's happening so that your baby can be pushed down and out of your body. So as this is happening, as your uterus is contracting, there's also something called your cervix, which is right here. It's basically the place that your baby has to pass once they're coming out of your uterus. So that's your cervix right there. Your cervix begins to stretch out and thin and open up. As the uterus is contracting, pushing baby down, your cervix is stretching out, it's thinning out, it's opening up. This is what we call effacement and dilation. Now, I know this sounds it sounds a bit technical. If it's not a familiar term to you, don't worry. We'll talk about it a lot where it becomes more familiar. But just remember, effacement and dilation. So basically, when your midwife or your doctor is like, hey, I want to check how dilated you are, they're basically saying they want to check how open your cervix is. If they want to check how effaced you are, they want to check how thin your cervix is, because it needs to be very thin and very open for your baby to be able to come out, right? So just try to remember those words: dilation, contraction, effacement. You hear them a lot in this course, and you hear them a lot during labor. So another thing you might expect to feel during labor is some back pain, and this is typical if the baby's head is pushing on your back. And this mostly happens depending on how your baby is facing, depending on the position of your baby. So with a baby who is posterior, it means that their back is towards mom's back. And if they have that position, then you're more likely to feel a lot of pressure or a lot of that sensation on your back. Another thing you can expect to feel is basically when your baby is being born, as your baby is coming out down, your vagina, why did I say that weird? As your baby is being born and coming down, your vagina, which is right here, the red circle, the tissues, those vaginal tissues, they start to stretch out so that baby can basically pass out of your body. The baby has to go through your vagina to come out. And so you might feel that stretching when it's happening. Sometimes moms are so engulfed in the experience that they don't even feel that. But sometimes you might feel the stretches of your vaginal tissues. You might feel the stretches of your perineum as baby is being born. And the perineum is basically the space between your vagina and your anus. So you might feel stretching there. Sometimes it might feel a bit like a burning sensation. And so basically that's what happens, and then your baby is finally born. So I'm going to ask again, do you believe that for all these sensations that I've described, the burning sensation that you might feel when you're pushing the baby out, the sensations you might feel from contractions, the sensations you might feel in your back, do you believe that there is a purpose to every of that sensation or every of that feeling of discomfort? Or do you believe that those sensations are dangerous? What do you think? Do they mean that something is happening, or do they mean that something is wrong? So if you said the first one, then it means that you believe that the pain during labor, or those extreme or those intense sensations, they have a purpose to them. Basically, you're saying that the pain in labor is pain with a purpose. And if that's what you think, it basically means that you don't have a fear of birth pain, because you understand that it's not dangerous. You understand that it's happening because something else is happening. Something that you want to happen is happening. So you don't have a fear of the pain. Instead, what you can do is to use that pain to your advantage. And here are two ways that you can use the pain that you feel during labor to your advantage. First of all, you can use it to prevent injury, because a lot of the sensations you feel in labor, they are basically certain movements that you can take to reduce those sensations, which means that sometimes you're feeling so much pain because you're not in an optimal position, right? Or you're in a position that doesn't quite feel right. So say you lay on your left side and you feel a lot of pain, you might decide, okay, I'm going to try standing up, or I'm going to try laying on my right side. And then you might find that when you move, the pain is less. So in that instance, the pain was telling you that, hey, this is not the best position to be in. And so you've taken that information and you've done something with it, and it's allowed you to basically reduce the sensation of pain that you're feeling, right? And then when you do this, typically labor would start to move a lot smoother, a lot faster, because you're basically listening to your body. Another way that you can use those sensations, or you can use pain in labor, is to use it to monitor your progress. Labor, actually, people always say it's wild, you don't know what to expect. That is true to an extent, but most times it actually has a pattern. And the pattern goes from low intensity to high intensity. So basically what that means is that you can use the sensations and the pain you're feeling to know how far along, how you're progressing, what's really happening in the whole process. And let me give you an example of this. Typically, as a doula, when I get clients and they call me and they're like, hey, Deborah, I think I'm in labor. I started to feel some contractions, and they're basically telling me what they're feeling. Just from their voice, I can typically tell how or where in the whole process they are. When they can chat, it usually starts off where they can really chat. They're laughing, we're cracking some jokes within each other. I'm like, okay, this person is in early labor. I tell her, go and get some rest, go and sleep. I will sleep as well. We will take this as the real thing, but try to rest, And then say after 2 hours, they call me again, or I call them. Just from the way they are speaking, I'm like, oh, this is actually, it's getting intense. It sounds like they're getting into active labor now, because you can just hear them, they're like, oh, give me, Deborah, give me a moment. And they need a moment to catch their breath before they continue speaking, That tells me that, okay, the contractions are getting more intense, but I also know that they are progressing, as they should. So that's another way that you can use the pain or the sensations to know that, okay, this is progressing. Things are getting more intense, but it means that I'm that much closer to meeting my baby, right? So anytime you are talking about birth, which you will talk about a lot when you're pregnant, and you hear somebody is like, oh, but yeah, it's going to be so painful. What they really mean is that, it's something is dangerous, or they're worried about something. And basically you can tell them, yeah, I can expect to feel pain to some extent, but you understand that this pain is pain with a purpose. You're safe. It's not a signal of anything dangerous happening to you. And so you can take back that moment, and what you're doing in that time is not only are you reassuring yourself, helping yourself feel confident, you're also helping to change that narrative where everybody's like, oh yeah, but it's so painful, oh, I wouldn't wish to be you. And you're changing that narrative and giving birth a different spin so that people can understand that, yes, it's a lot on your body, it's a lot on your mind, but that's pain which everybody talks about, is typically pain that has a purpose. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong going on in your body. So remind yourself, it's pain with a purpose. Anytime you think about labor and you start to feel worried or afraid, just remind yourself it's not dangerous, it's pain with a purpose. So later in this chapter of this course, or later in this, okay, I need a break. So that is the fear of pain. Later, we'll be looking at how to build your confidence in birth. So stay tuned for that. But let's talk about the fear of the unknown, because that's another type of fear I have noticed that people who are expecting to go into labor, people who are pregnant, they tend to have, where it's just fear. They're afraid, but they're like, I don't even know what I'm afraid of. They're just fear of the unknown, like I don't know what to expect, right? Basically, when you're afraid and you're not even sure what you're afraid of, really what that tells me is like you need help envisioning things. You need help knowing what you can expect out of labor. And so you might be feeling overwhelmed. You might be imagining all sorts of scenarios in your head that are not necessarily even true. So I'm going to show you what you can expect. This part is, don't take it as a substitute for the full childbirth course, okay? I'm going to just give you a brief summary of what you can expect in labor, but I go into it more in depth in later sections of the course, so make sure to check that out as well. So again, say you're relaxing at home and then labor starts. And you don't have to do anything, right? Your labor just starts, like I said, it usually starts with contractions. Even though in movies, you see how labor typically starts with the water breaking. That's actually not how most of the time it happens. It usually will just start with some contractions in the beginning stages of labor. So basically, I like to break it down into different stages. Some people call it phases. It typically follows this pattern. And the beginning of the pattern is with those contractions I told you about in early labor. Basically, after the early labor starts and things get more intense, you get into active labor. Then you enter something called transition. And then finally, you get to the pushing stage where you're physically pushing your baby out, and then you get to meet your baby, right? So let's talk about early labor. In early labor, you can expect to feel some light cramping. Some people describe it as like it feels like period cramps. So some light cramping. Sometimes you might be able to tell that this is actually contraction. It might not feel just like period cramps. But basically, the general trend with early labor is that it's typically very manageable. You can speak through the contractions. You can ignore them. You can laugh through them. You're all good. I need to catch my breath because I'm also pregnant as I'm recording this, and I'm in my third trimester and I get out of breath. So just okay. So you feel those cramps or like the contractions, but they're typically manageable. That's pretty much it. You might be able to even ignore them completely and just act like, they're not happening. That's how early labor typically goes. Then you get into active labor. That is when the sensations from the contractions, they start to intensify. You might feel some pain in your abdomen as your uterus is contracting. Remember, I told you those contractions, what's happening is your uterus is shrinking and pushing your baby down. So you might feel a bit of pain in your abdomen from that happening. You might also feel the pain from your back. I know some women say the pain radiates from their back to their abdomen. And I'm almost tempted to not even use the word pain. I think maybe I'm going to switch into using sensation, just so because I know a lot of people have associated the word pain negatively. So let's use sensation, but you know what I'm talking about, intense sensation. So you might feel some sensation in your back. You might feel your leg cramping in active labor. But the thing with active labor is that you can manage it using different techniques, like managing your breathing, like deep breaths. You can manage it by trying to relax. And in active labor, typically, during those contractions, you might need a moment, if you're in the middle of a conversation and contractions start, you might need a moment to ride it out. But then typically when the contraction ends, you're typically okay. You can continue talking, you feel good. That's typically how active labor is. It's intense, but it's still mostly manageable. Then, I'm just saying here, keep in mind that you can manage the sensations, It doesn't have to be where you're just like in pain and there's nothing you can do. There are things you can do, like I was saying. For example, see this woman here. She is in labor. From the way she looks, I wouldn't say she's in early labor. She's probably in active labor, and it looks like she's trying to relax, but she's also taking this position, which could also help her if she was having back pain. And so basically there are tools you can use to help you manage the pain. And don't worry, all of that is covered in this course. So relaxation, breathing, that can help you out so much in active labor. And then you get into transition. Transition is typically the most intense part of it. But the good news is that it's also the shortest part of it. So if things start to feel very, very intense, you're feeling nauseous, a lot of women at this point, they start to say they can't keep going. I've also noticed a bit of a pattern with my clients. It's usually at this stage they start to cry. And I'm usually, they're crying and I know it's so real to them. It's so intense to them. But at the back of my mind, I'm like, this is actually good because they're progressing. Before they even go check them, I'm like, they're probably in transition. They're almost there. And so when I notice that, I start to tell them, you know what, you're almost there. So just remember, when you get to transition where it really feels like you can't keep going on, you can. And not only can you keep going on, you're almost done. And so in transition, there are also ways to manage the pain. But then the further you go into labor, the more difficult it is to manage the pain. But the good thing with transition, sometimes it might just be about riding it out, knowing that you're almost done. It doesn't take a very long time. And then after transition, you enter the pushing stage where, like I was telling you, you might feel stretching. But a lot of moms actually feel relief when they're pushing. They're so excited. They're so over it. They want to be done with it. They want to meet their baby. And so they might feel relief and not even notice the stretching that's going on. Then after you're done pushing, of course, your baby is born. You will feel relieved. You might feel exhausted. You might feel deeply in love. You might feel all of this at the same time. Like I said, a lot of moms, after they have their baby, when the baby is born, they feel so much in love with them, almost like, they can't get enough. They're just staring at them, crying, they're laughing, tears of joy, everything. All that's happening is actually not happening by accident. Those feelings you're feeling is actually your body that has triggered it, because when you're feeling those painful, intense sensations during labor, your body is actually releasing chemicals to help you to deal with the pain, to help you to manage the pain or to reduce the sensation of the pain. And it's those same chemicals that also help you feel so much love for your baby and feel so bonded to your baby. And it's so amazing how your body is basically like trying to help you out here. And at the end of the day, the chemicals, help you bond. It's like the whole thing comes full circle, right? So the thing though is that these chemicals, because they are released as a response to the pain that you're feeling. You might not get the same amount or any of that chemical if you had an unmedicated birth, because basically your body isn't feeling those sensations of pain. So it's not releasing those hormones, those chemicals that we talked about. But this does not mean that you won't feel bonded to your baby or that you won't love your baby, right? That's absolutely not what I'm saying. It's just that it happens a lot more when you have felt the pain, you felt all of those sensations, because your body is kind of like, oh, this is happening, I'm going to help her out, and releases those chemicals into your body basically. But now I want to talk about how to confront a fear, how to confront a birth-related fear. This is basically just a quick guide that can help you confront your fears regarding birth. So this is one of those resources I was telling you about. You can take a picture of it, but you can also download it in the resources section of this section. So basically, the first thing you need to do is understand what exactly you're afraid of. When you label this fear, you might find that just the process of bringing it out of the shadows can make it feel less. You've labeled it, you've identified it. It's not this big, scary monster that's hiding in the shadows. So what exactly are you afraid of? Then you need to understand why you're afraid of this. Then, what are the chances of this happening? This one is a very important point, because when you label your fear and then you do your research, you go into Google, you ask your doctor or your midwife, what are the chances of something happening? You might find that the chances of it happening is so low, so low, that you have nothing to be afraid of. And if you get to that point, that's it basically. You're not afraid because you're like, this is not even something that is likely to happen. Like the fear of death, for instance. I showed you how unlikely it is to happen. And so just, do some research and see what are the chances of this fear happening to me. Then, after that, if you find that you still don't feel good, even after checking the likelihood of the fear happening, you can then find out what are some of the things that you can do to further reduce the chances of that fear happening, right? Say, for instance, you're afraid of, maybe you're afraid of tearing during labor. There are so many things you can do to reduce the likelihood of you tearing. And so just do your research about that. Ask your midwife, your doctor. If you have a doula, ask your doula, and then write it down and just see, what can you do, and take a proactive step into reducing the chances of it happening. Then, number 5 is talking about, who can I speak to about this? Can I speak to an expert about this fear? Because when you discuss your fears with people, with your doula or your midwife, they might give you some tips, they might tell you some things you might not have thought about. They could help calm those fears within you. So just think about it. Can I speak to somebody who knows a lot about this? Can I speak to them about it? And then, if the fear ends up happening, what can you do to cope with it, right? That's another thing that could help you. Because you might not be able to control everything that happens during labor, but then you can control how you cope with it, how you react to it, and so just figuring out, what can I do if this thing does happen? How can I cope with it? What resources are available for me? And that's basically a quick question guide that can help you. You can do it, sit down with your partner, explore the different fears that you have and see if this can help you to tackle those fears, face it head on, and help you feel better. So again, if you want to do this exercise, which I really, really recommend, just download it in the resources section. It's available to you. So basically, after going through all of these questions, the hope is that you find the fear that you were feeling reduces or goes away completely. That's basically the hope of all of this. And that's it. I hope this was of value to you. I hope that as we've covered this section on fear, that you feel less afraid, even if it's just a little bit, but you feel less afraid, or you feel empowered to taking steps to help you feel less afraid. That's really my hope, because I don't want for any mama or any mom and dad to go into labor just feeling overwhelmed with fear. So I hope this was of value to you. Now let's talk about how to build your confidence in birth. You leave this section feeling confident to going into labor, feeling in control, feeling less afraid, feeling in charge, feeling empowered. That's basically the goal. Labor almost always comes with those intense sensations, feelings of pain, but I want to show you how you can handle that pain going into labor feeling confident instead of having experiences of suffering. You're feeling empowered through all of it. But before we go into that, I want to show you this video clip. These videos, this compilation of videos is basically some kids were interviewed before and after a race that they ran, and this is what they sounded like at the beginning and at the end of the race.
Hi, my name is Whitney, and this is me before my race.
Here goes.
My name is me after my race.
Hi, my name is Audrey, and this is me before my race.
Hi, my name is Audrey, and this is me after a race.
Hi, my name is Eva, and this is me before my race.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva, and this is me after my race.
What else is Lenny?
Hi, my name's Josh. This is me before my race. I'm Josh, and this is after my race.
Hi, my name is Riley, and this is me before my race.
That last guy had literally no words to say, but I show you this video to say that labor is not an easy task. It's not. The contractions can be intense. It can take a long time. It's pretty much very, very similar to running a marathon. This is you running a marathon. But besides the sense of accomplishment that you can expect to feel after you've given birth, you can also expect to look like this, after you've had your baby. Maybe with less makeup, but who knows? But this is you, Look how satisfied, in love, at peace this woman looks. Just look, and look how cute the baby is. You can expect to look like some version of this after having your baby. And the reason I'm hammering this point down is to say that I've had so many clients who've gone through labor. I've seen all sorts of labor experiences, from the ones that were so intense, from the ones that maybe the clients felt like it wasn't too bad, a wide spectrum of experiences. And all of them in that I've experienced have felt like it was worth it. I've never experienced a client go through everything and be like, oh, this was not worth it, They start to laugh, they start to cry tears of joy afterwards. They're so engulfed with their baby, they feel like it's worth it, I've never seen a woman go through labor and be like, yeah, this was not worth it, I know that I can say for sure that so many women, myself included, at some point in their life was afraid of childbirth, but the more that I learned, the more I explored things, the more I began to fall in love with the whole process of childbirth. My fear turned into inspiration. It turned into fascination with the whole process. And now that I get to be a childbirth educator and a doula, it's basically just my dream job, just teaching parents about labor, about childbirth, supporting parents in labor. It's basically my dream job, and my goal for this course is to equip you with all that information. Everything that I've learned, I want to tell it to you so that you can have your own satisfying birth experience. So let's talk a bit about the concept of pain versus suffering. When most people describe what they're afraid of in labor, I find that they're actually describing a state of suffering. What do I mean by this? Let's take this example. Say you're walking around in your living room and then you stub your toe on the table, right? You can feel pain. Of course, you feel pain. It sucks. No one likes that to happen to them. But you're really just dealing with the sensation of pain. Remember what I told you, the physical sensation of discomfort. That's what you're dealing with. But at the back of your mind, you know that you're fine. You know that the pain is going to pass. And so you just ride it out, and then before you know it, you're fine again. But imagine you're walking in your living room and you don't stub your toe, but your toe starts to hurt. In the exact same way it hurt when you stubbed it, right? But you didn't stub your toe this time. In this scenario, apart from the physical sensation of discomfort you're feeling, there's a lot going on in your mind. You're like, why is my toe hurting for no reason? Am I okay? Like, you might go on WebMD and you're like, what's what's happening to me. And WebMD, you know how WebMD is, they start telling you all sorts of things. You might call your doctor and be like, hey, my toe just started hurting, or you call your mom. You're just like, you're running through so many scenarios in your head, like it's emotional turmoil, or how do I usually say? You're going through a lot emotionally in addition to the physical pain. And that's basically what I like to use when I describe the state of suffering. In childbirth, although it's almost always involved, like pain is almost always a part of it, it doesn't have to be suffering. You don't have to suffer through childbirth. It doesn't have to be a part of your experience, because suffering is that combination of the physical discomfort and mental distress. It doesn't have to happen. The physical discomfort is usually there, you can manage it, but that mental distress is not something that needs to be a part of your experience. And so when this person is suffering, you might be feeling helpless, you might feel confused, maybe you're feeling like nobody's there to support you, you might be feeling all alone, right? And pain in labor is, like we said earlier, it's pain with a purpose. It doesn't have to signify a problem. It doesn't signify a problem, and it can be managed with so many tools. So if you go into labor knowing that, okay, the pain is not a problem, this is why the pain is happening, this is how I can manage the pain, you just take the pain for what it is, you do what you can, and you ride it out. You're not in a state of mental distress, you're not worried in your head, you're not afraid, you're not suffering. That's basically what we mean when we say that there's a difference between pain and suffering in labor. So let's highlight some more differences between pain and suffering. So pain, like we said, it's that physical sensation of discomfort, while suffering is a state of mental distress. You might be feeling helpless, confused, afraid. Pain is also typically a normal part of labor, and it can be managed naturally. While suffering, it doesn't have to be a part of labor. Generally, with pain, it doesn't signify a problem. Remember, I told you the pain in labor is pain with a purpose. Suffering can be as a result of a lack of understanding of what happens in birth, or lack of proper expectations. So basically, there are 4 ways that you can avoid suffering in labor. And it's so important. This is so important, because if you can avoid that state of suffering, you're more likely to have your satisfying birth experience. So here's basically how to do it. The very first thing, and the most important thing, and the thing that you're doing right now, is educating yourself and setting the right expectation. Knowledge chases out fear. You need to know what to expect, have a proper understanding of things, and then your fear will be greatly reduced. So that's the first way that you can avoid suffering in labor. So like I said, you need to have a proper understanding, and this is not something you have to worry about, because it's basically, that's what this course is about, helping you have the proper understanding of what happens in labor and in childbirth. So I'll teach you all of that. You don't have to worry about that. And the first step, you're taking this class, you're doing so well already, you're already wonderful parents by putting yourself in this position, giving yourself the best start at becoming parents. Now, the next thing you should do to avoid suffering in labor is choosing the right birth team. Your birth team can make or break your birth experience. It's so important. The people who you surround yourself with when you're in such a vulnerable, such a raw period of time, it can really change your birth experience. So make sure that you're choosing the right team. You want a team that's supportive of your birth goals, a team that you trust. Trust is such an important element when it comes to choosing your birth team. You want to trust them, that they have your back, they have your best interest at heart, but you also want them to trust you and trust in your ability to have that baby, trust in your instinct, trust in your decisions. So that mutual trust is so important when you're choosing your birth team. Then you also have to understand that during labor, and when you're generally in pain, it's so normal for adults and even children to look for sympathy, emotional support, physical support when we're in those vulnerable states in our life. And so that's when your birth team comes in. When you're in labor, when you're feeling down and you're feeling like you can't keep going on, they are the ones who hold your hands and look you in the eyes and tell you that you've got this, that you can do it. They are the ones who will bring you water to drink, snacks. They're the ones who will massage your back. They're the ones who will basically hold your hand through that journey. And so one thing that I've noticed with women who came out and said that they had a positive birth experience. Now, this was the case for women who had their baby at home or had their baby in the hospital, natural births, medicated births, C-section, vaginal birth, regardless of how they had their baby. The one thing that they had in common when they had a positive birth experience was that they had a supportive team. They felt like they were supported and they felt safe. That was a common denominator between the different births that they had, and all of them had that positive experience and they felt like they had a satisfying birth experience. It was because they felt supported. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of having the right birth team. Everybody should be on their top game. Your partner, everybody should be there, ready to support you. Next thing, to avoid suffering in labor, you need to trust your body. Labor is a natural event that your body basically does most of it. Your body knows what to do. You don't have to. Remember, I was telling you, you could just be sitting down at home and your contractions will start. You don't have to do anything. You don't do anything for your contractions to happen or for things to be progressing as they do. It's kind of similar to your heart beating. You don't have to be like, okay, yeah, that's one heartbeat, and you do the next heartbeat. You're not doing anything, it just happens. And that's really how labor is. So really, your body knows what to do. It's your mind that needs to catch up. It's your mind that needs to let go. It's your mind that needs to trust your body. And so your job in labor is to trust your body. Really, let go and just trust your body and let your body do its thing. There are things you can do to support and to facilitate things progressing smoothly, but generally there's not much you have to do, because your body takes the lead and just helps the process to go along. So let's talk more about trusting your body and trusting your instincts. Birth it's generally not a low stimulation activity. There's a lot of things going on. You're feeling a lot of things. You might be feeling pain, stretching, nausea, aches, and sometimes you might even feel pleasure, right? There's so much going on. It's not a low stimulation activity. But when people don't know what to expect, when people don't know that there are so many intense sensations and different types of feelings, they get worried when labor starts, because if you didn't think you were going to feel back pain and then back pain starts to happen to you, you're like, why am I having back pain? Am I okay? Is my baby okay? Am I dying? Am I safe? You spiral. And so when you have the right information, it can chase fear away. The right information, the truth has the power to chase away fear. So understanding what to expect and being able to trust your body removes that mental distress, that suffering that we talked about. Even though the physical pain might remain, those physical intense sensations might remain, you're not suffering in your mind. You trust your body, you are not afraid. And so you don't enter that state of worry and anguish. So birth does not require high level thinking, and that's why you see so many animals, they're able to do it without any help. You see cats, when they want to have their babies, they go somewhere dark and warm and soft where they feel safe, and they just go have their babies. Animals are able to do it without any help because it doesn't require anything much from your mind. Your body just does what it does. It doesn't require high level thinking. So just listen to your body. When you feel like you need to move, make sure you move. When you think you feel like you need a little bit of rest, just let your body lead. Be in tune with your body and just follow your instincts during labor. Your body instinctively knows how to give birth. Like I said, it's just your mind that needs a little help catching up. And so that's why we're here talking about mindset, the kind of mindset you should have going into labor. So let go, listen to your body. This is the key to optimizing your labor experience. Seriously, like you see so many of these things online. You see so many tips and tricks that are good, that help. But the most important thing is being able to let go and just listen to what your body is saying and just be in tune with your body. Another thing that helps is, using affirmations, because again, affirmations will help with your mindset. And the more positive voices you're surrounding yourself with, the more likely it is that you believe it. So do things to remind yourself of your strength. I'll tell you a story in a moment. So last year, or was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. My husband and I, we used to live in Thompson. So at first we used to live in Winnipeg in Manitoba, Canada. But then we moved to Thompson for a job. But then we had so many friends and family back in Winnipeg. So we would always do the drive from Thompson to Winnipeg, and it was like a 7 to 8 hour drive. And I'm someone who kind of is afraid of driving. I drive, but I don't enjoy it. It's so stressful for me. So my husband would always drive the car from Thompson to Winnipeg and Winnipeg to Thompson. He would always do the drive. Sometimes I would help out and do 1 hour, 2 hours, but he would do it most times. One day, I was reading a book about birth, and it was talking about how you need to be able to show yourself evidence that you can do difficult things, so that when you're in labor, you are feeling empowered. You're like, yeah, I've done so many other difficult things, right? And so we were planning a trip back to Winnipeg, which is 7 hours. And I said to my husband, I want to do the whole drive, the whole 7 hours, 7 to 8 hour drive. And he was like, are you sure? Blah, blah, blah. You know, are you sure you want to do it? You know, you don't enjoy driving. It's tiring. I'm like, yeah, I want to do the drive. And so the reason I did that was because I wanted to show myself that I could do difficult things. And so what I did was I did the whole drive. But not only did I do that, I set the GPS. And the GPS, I was listening to it tell me, you know, where to turn and all of that. But I would not look at how much time I had left. Because when you're in labor, there's no time telling you, like, you have 5 more minutes left, you have 10 more minutes left. So I wanted to really like duplicate that experience of being in such a challenging situation and not knowing how much longer you had left, but still going through with it. So I did the drive, I did the whole thing, I survived, and I did it once. I was like, I'm never doing it again. But I did it, and basically it was my way of telling myself that I could do difficult things. And so if there's something, you know, that you don't really enjoy doing, you could do that by walking out, running a marathon. But I don't think you should run a marathon when you're pregnant. But you get what I mean. Find little difficult things and do it, and reassure yourself that, hey, I'm strong. I can do things that I didn't think I could do, right? So thanks. So every time, you know, you're pregnant, you come across something that you think might help you, just reassure yourself. Try it out and do it, and just don't allow your own voice to be another source of negativity and doubts. You know, speak empowering things to yourself. Surround yourself with positive and empowering voices, partners. Be an additional source of encouragement. Anytime you see that she's feeling worried about, oh, I can't believe next month I'm having this baby, you know, encourage her. When you see her do something challenging, you know, tell her, wow, you're so strong. Just be an additional source of positivity to her. And pro tip, download some positive birth affirmations that you can listen to during labor, and make sure you pack your headphones. That's actually something that is on my own to-do list before this baby comes. I've already written down affirmations, because I think sometimes you find that there are certain affirmations that really resonate with you. So if you find those, write them down, and my plan is to record them on my phone so that I can listen to them in my own voice when I'm in labor. That's something I need to do before I go into labor. But here are some affirmations that you can try. I can do difficult things. I trust in my body's ability to birth my baby. My body was made for this. Every contraction brings me closer to meeting my baby. Oh, there's another one that is particularly helpful for me, because as a doula who have watched so many women do this, even when they didn't believe that they could. I knew they could, and I believed in them. And so now I'm kind of flipping it around, where I don't know how I'm going to say it, but basically the point is that I've seen so many women do this. I can do it. I've supported so many women through this, so I can do it. They didn't think they could do it, but they did it, so I can too. And so anything that just really resonates with you, you know, write it down. You can even share it with your partner and your doula or anybody that will be there with you, and they can say those things to you when things start to feel intense. So feel free to take a picture of this, but again, I'll put it in the resources section, so make sure you check that out. Then you also need to learn some natural ways to cope with pain. Yeah, you need to learn some natural ways to cope with pain when you're fully prepared with pain coping mechanisms, pain coping measures. You will feel ready to face these sensations, right? Because the truth is, even if you plan to have a medicated birth where you get pain meds, you probably will still go through some hours of labor where you don't have the meds, because maybe you're still laboring at home. Maybe the person who is giving you the epidural, the anesthesiologist, is busy with another patient. You might need to wait a bit. So you still need to have some natural ways to manage the pain. And if you're going into labor, you have basically your toolbox of pain coping measures. You feel more confident, you know, because you're like, okay, I know what to do. I know how to handle the pain. If this happens, here's what I can do. And it can really help you to feel prepared to face those sensations and to face labor. And remember what I said, being educated, being prepared, having the right expectation. These are the ways that you can avoid suffering during labor. So yeah, in summary, the 4 ways to avoid suffering in labor: trust your body, learn to trust in your body's ability to give birth, know what to expect and the best practices, and don't worry about that. This will all be covered more in this course. You need to also choose the right birth team and then learn some natural ways to cope with the pain. I will give you practical tips and tricks. I'll give you practical tips and tricks, you know, that will basically teach you all of these things and go more into detail about it. So don't worry. Remember, the goal of this full course is to teach you everything you need to know. So I took my time to make sure that I put all that valuable information into the course. So don't stop at the mindset section of this course. Please, I really encourage you to go through the whole thing to get the most out of it. But yeah, my goal is to prepare you all for the beautiful journey of childbirth. That's my goal with this course. And that pretty much is the mindset section. In summary, we talked about how birth is similar to a marathon. We talked about how to avoid suffering during labor. So now you know how you can avoid suffering during labor. You know how to trust your body and your instincts. And I told you how you can use information and affirmations to reduce fear. So I want to encourage you to use the community section of this course. So go there, and I want you to tell me what's one aspect of birth you're nervous about. Share it there. Let's have a conversation about it. I'll be in the community section, you know, ready to talk to you guys. I love that I'm able to not only teach you in this way, but also to have one-on-one conversations or with you guys, because really a problem half shared is a problem half solved. So let's talk about it in the community section. I'll be there, and it will also help you to speak to other moms and see if there are other people who feel the same way, and other dads as well. So that is pretty much it. Remember that there is a power that lies within every woman. You need to believe in it. You need to trust in it. You need to lean on it. That's how you have your positive birth experience. You've got this, and I will see you in the next section of this course. Welcome to section 2 of the course, pregnancy. Now, let's do a quick test of how much you know about pregnancy. True or false? Lifting weights during pregnancy is a bad idea. What do you think? If you guessed false, you're right. Lifting weight during pregnancy is completely fine if you've been lifting weights before pregnancy. Just consult with your doctor or midwife, but typically you can maintain the same exercise level during pregnancy as what you were doing before you got pregnant. So it's not true that you absolutely should avoid lifting weights during pregnancy. Now, in this section, this is what we'll be covering. We'll first of all talk about how to maintain a healthy pregnancy, and then I'll tell you how to choose the right provider for your goals. Now, let's start off with a healthy pregnancy. Pregnancy is a time for you to prepare your body for labor, but more importantly, it's a time for you to prepare baby for the world. During this time, your baby is growing a lot of vital organs, right, during pregnancy. And the events that take place during pregnancy should be deliberate. You know, everything you do should be deliberate so that you can give your baby the best start at life. It's also important to use this time to prepare your body for the journey or for the marathon that's labor. So let's test your knowledge on pregnancy some more, right? During pregnancy, you need to eat for 2. Is this true or false? If you guessed false, you're right. Eating for 2 is a myth. You only need to consume an extra 300 to 500 calories, which is basically equivalent to 1 serving of spaghetti with marinara sauce or a slice of pizza. So you can just choose wisely. Now, you might be wondering, this is something I get asked a lot. What do I eat during pregnancy to nourish my body? The simple answer is that you need to eat nutrient-dense foods. What do I mean when I say nutrient-dense foods? Basically, I think you might already know, but let's do an exercise to test and just confirm that you know what I'm talking about. Between Cheetos and this bowl of pistachios, which one would you say is more nutrient-dense? Cheetos or pistachios? If you guess pistachios, you're right. What about a Big Mac burger and a plate of broccoli, salmon, and rice? Which is more nutrient dense? You probably guessed the broccoli and fish, right? So if that was easy to you, if that was a no-brainer, then you already know what I mean when I say nutrient-dense food. Just keep it simple. More whole foods, less processed foods. And another thing I want to tell you is that certain foods provide very special benefits, especially during pregnancy. Things like leafy greens, citrus fruits, nuts, red raspberry leaf tea, and dates. These are foods that have special benefits for pregnancy. So there are 2 special nutrients that play an important role in pregnancy, and I think it's something that you have to know. One of them is called folate, and then the other is iron. Folate and iron are so important because they help the baby in your uterus, the fetus. They help the baby grow. So folate is typically referred to as a growth vitamin, while iron is typically referred to as a growth mineral. They're both essential for pregnancy because babies are growing so quickly during this stage, and so you want to take things that help with baby's growth. Lack of folate and iron has been shown to contribute to things like premature birth and birth defects like spina bifida and anemia. So if you're low in iron, you might also notice that you're feeling extra tired during pregnancy. That was the case for me. I think it was during my 2nd trimester that this happened, where I was feeling so tired. And I would go online and I would see women who were also pregnant, and they're doing all sorts, like they're preparing the baby room and they're cleaning the house, you know, and I could not even get myself to get out of bed. And I always was feeling inadequate. I'm like, why is it that these women are able to do all this and I'm just here so tired? And so when I had my blood work done, my midwife told me that I was low in iron. And she said that might actually be why I've been feeling so tired, because my iron levels were low. And all this while, I thought that the tiredness I felt was just like the typical pregnancy tiredness. But when I started taking those iron supplements, the difference was like night and day. I couldn't believe it. Like within 30 minutes, I was already feeling so much better. So make sure that if you're feeling very tired, that you're eating food that is high in iron. Maybe even speak to your doctor or midwife to see if you might be deficient in iron, and so you can get on those supplements. Folate and iron are not produced by the body. They can only be gotten pretty much from the things that we eat or from supplements, right? And that's why it's so important that we try to eat nutrient-dense foods during pregnancy. I know it can be very challenging, especially in your first trimester where you're very picky about what you can eat, but as much as you can, just try to include things that have a lot of nutrients in them and not highly processed food. So there are some things that rich in folate and iron, like leafy greens, citrus fruits, legumes, nuts and seeds, and then meat, that's fish, beef, chicken. Those are so good for iron. So just try to include these foods in your meals, and just as much as you can, and you see some difference. Here's an action step, just a simple step that you can include just to get you moving in the right direction. So buy a bowl of oranges and try to eat at least 1 orange a day. You could do this, or you could try to have a glass of smoothie every day with citrus fruits, leafy greens, things like oranges and spinach. And just choose one of these 2 options. It's a start. You only need to pick one of them. It's little things that add up over time. So just choose one of them and try to do that, just to give yourself some of the nutrients that are so important for you during pregnancy. Now, I want to talk about folate. So folate specifically has a synthetic version that's called folic acid. If you've been pregnant for a bit, you probably have come across it. Folic acid, it's not as effective, but it's a synthetic version of folate. And folate is the natural version which we can get from the food that we eat. But the thing I like to tell people is that folic acid is not as efficient as folate, which is folic acid in its natural state. So we really can pretty much just get it from the food we eat. So don't neglect dietary sources of folate. Even if you're taking folic acid, still try to eat foods that are rich in folate, just so that you can make sure that you're covering all your bases, and get the most out of it. In general, you want to take vitamins as a supplement. You shouldn't use it as a replacement for real food. So even if you are taking iron pills, for instance, still try to eat foods that are rich in iron. Even if you're taking folic acid, still try to eat foods that are rich in folate. Don't rely just on your supplements. Let the supplements be just that, supplements for the real thing. So add the real thing, and then you can top off using your Jesus Christ, and then you can top off using your supplements. Some other foods that help with your pregnancy are dates and red raspberry leaf tea. They're so special. You may have heard about them. They're so special to pregnant women. So let's talk about dates. Dates are actually rich in folate, which we just talked about, that is so important for your baby to develop properly. But they can also prevent birth defects like spina bifida. They're rich in iron and vitamin K, and they can help with the production of prostaglandins. Prostaglandin is a substance that helps with the ripening of your cervix. Basically, it helps your cervix to become soft. And when your cervix is soft, it can open up much easier, and when your cervix opens up, that's when your baby can be born. So people like to take dates because of all these benefits. And so to get the benefits, you just have to try to eat like 3 to 6 dates a day in your 3rd trimester, or at least in the last month of pregnancy. Just try to eat 3 to 6 dates every day to get the benefits. Another one is red raspberry leaf tea. It contains vitamin C, E, and B, and it could actually shorten your labor. And the reason for this is that red raspberry leaf tea has been known to help with your uterus, to strengthen your uterus muscles. And so when your uterus muscles are strong, remember I told you your uterus is what houses your baby. And when it's strong and it's contracting during labor, it's more efficient. And so your labor could be shorter from drinking red raspberry leaf tea. But it has also been shown to prevent excessive bleeding. For that same reason, after baby is born and your placenta comes out, you want your uterus to shrink back small so that it doesn't bleed excessively. And because red raspberry leaf tea makes your uterus strong, it's more efficient at shrinking back to a small size so you don't bleed excessively after baby is born. Interesting, right? So all you need to do is try to drink 1 to 2 cups of red raspberry leaf tea every day in your 3rd trimester to get the most out of it. You should also avoid sitting down for an extended period of time, especially in your 3rd trimester, because if you're sitting down so much, it could cause your baby to take a position that's not optimal. You know, the optimal position for baby is to be with their head down and with their back towards your belly. And so sitting down for extended period of time does not really support that position. So you want to try to move around from time to time and don't sit down for too long. What you can do, just a little action step, is to try to take a short walk in the morning or in the evening. You can listen to your favorite podcast while you do this. It doesn't have to be too much. You know, if 5 minutes is all you can manage, it's better than nothing. Just take a short walk just to get your mood up and just to get your body and baby in an optimal position. So you also should try to stay active, because light exercises and stretches are a great way to prepare your body for labor, and it can also help with the different aches and pains that come with pregnancy. So speak to your midwife or your doctor about what level of exercise is safe for your particular situation. But remember, I was saying that typically you're safe to continue to maintain the same level of physical activity as from when you were not pregnant. You can typically continue to do that while you're pregnant. And when you're sitting down, it's so important to avoid sitting down in a reclined position like this, you know, because it could cause your baby to take a suboptimal position. And this is particularly important in your 3rd trimester. You want to try not to lean backwards too much or for too long, just so that it can help baby to take a position that's better for you. Because when you're leaning back, typically baby's back would then be aligned to your back, and that's been shown to increase your likelihood of having extreme pain in your back during labor. So just put a pillow behind your back when you're sitting down. I have one behind me, just to help prop you up a bit, give you more support. It's also typically more comfortable that way. Stress in pregnancy is not a good thing. Stress increases your risk of miscarriage. It increases your risk of premature labor and birth. So you want to manage stress while you're pregnancy. You know, having multiple sources of stress or being stressed for a prolonged period of time is not, it's not good at any point in your life, but it's especially dangerous when you're pregnant. So you need to try to manage your stress, because it can have negative effect on your health. It can lead to you having gestational diabetes. It could lead to high blood pressure. So you need to find ways to reduce the stress in your life and healthy ways to manage your stress. You know, exercise is one of those ways. If you have social support, someone you can talk to, trying to relax, sleep, meditation, these are useful tools to help you manage your stress. So just utilize them, and just for this period of time, just try to create a safe, stress-free environment for you and your baby. Everything that enters your body while you're pregnant has a high likelihood of getting to your baby. That's why it's so important that you avoid alcohol, cigarettes, just toxins, things that you don't want getting to your baby, just to give your baby the best chance. Alcohol and cigarettes have been shown to lead to unpleasant outcomes like stillbirths, sudden infant death syndrome, and even things like intellectual disabilities in babies. So this is something you really, really want to avoid. Again, babies are developing very important organs while they're in the womb, and any toxin that enters into your body has a high chance at disrupting that process, that developmental process, and causing lifelong problems for your baby. I'm not a smoker myself, but I know that I've heard so many people who've been trying to quit say that it's challenging when you're trying to quit. But I know that with the right support, it's possible, especially for something as important as your baby. Even things like marijuana and other drugs, you should avoid them during pregnancy. And if you need some support quitting smoking or alcohol or anything like that, please reach out to your healthcare provider. They will have resources and tools to help you out, just so that you can just have give baby just the best chance at having a healthy life. So if you want to change a habit, a great way is to change your environment. If you didn't already know it's a great game changer. Like, changing your environment can make it easier for you to change certain habits. So if there are friends that when you hang out with, it always leads to smoking weed or drinking alcohol, it might be a good idea to avoid them for that period of time, just to make it easier for you to change that habit that you're trying to change. And remember that the most important thing right now is your health and your baby's health. Everything else can wait. So this concludes the chapter on maintaining a healthy pregnancy. Let's talk about how to choose the right provider. The provider that you choose can affect your birth experience. Remember, I was saying earlier that your birth team has the capacity to make your experience positive or negative. They have the power to make you feel supported and empowered, or neglected. So it's very, very important that you choose the right care provider. And this decision is one that you should make very carefully with the right information, especially if you're trying to have an unmedicated birth. It's so important that you choose the right provider so that you can achieve that goal. Take this example. So say you have a fly in your house, right? And just stay with me, I'll bring it back to labor and childbirth. So you have a fly in your house. It's in your food. It's in your house. It's making weird. You know how flies make those very annoying sounds in your ears? It's buzzing. It's all over the place. It's so annoying, and you want to get rid of it, right? You want it out of your house. So you could try using a fly swatter to get rid of it. You could try those fly sprays, or even those stickers that you stick on the wall, on your window, to trap the fly. You could try this. There are a bunch of other ways that DIY ways that you could try to get rid of the fly, right? You could do all of these simple DIY methods, or you could call an exterminator to do the job for you. Which one would you choose to get rid of this one annoying fly in your house? You probably would try the simple methods long before you try calling an exterminator, right? Well, the thing is, it's not that the exterminator cannot help get rid of that fly. They probably can, but you would not want to call an exterminator. Why? Why do you think you might be like, yeah, no, that might be too extreme when you think about calling an exterminator? And the reason for that is that the exterminator is more suited for complex bugs and insect infestations, right? You wouldn't call an exterminator to get rid of the one fly in your house, because they're just too qualified for the job, and he might not even consider like just opening the window to let the fly out. He will probably come with like a bunch of tools and chemicals, right? You probably would want an exterminator if you had a swarm of bees, say in your basement or in your garage, just because they are more suited for more complex problems. You might also not want to call an exterminator because they are more likely to cause damage to your home. All the chemicals that they would use, all their tools and gadgets that they would use, it might be an overkill for the issue. It's like too much for something that doesn't require that much, right? And it might not be worth it to have all those chemicals just to get rid of the fly. Now, how does this relate to pregnancy and childbirth? The OBGYN, which is your doctor, I like to compare them to an exterminator in the sense that they are more suited for complex pregnancies, problems, complex births, right? And so the OBGYN, they're trained to handle high risk pregnancies. That's where they shine, like really complicated situations. They're so good at that. And why does it say this here? More likely because, okay, never mind. The doctor or the OBGYN is also more likely to suggest medical interventions. Like even when your pregnancy might be a low risk pregnancy, everything is going well, they might still suggest interventions. Why? Because that's what they are used to. That's their strong suits. And so I can't tell you how many times moms have been in, like, saying that they're in the pushing stage of labor, and maybe that stage is taking a bit longer than they would have expected, and then the doctor is suggesting ways to help this out. Maybe they want to give them some kind of medication to speed up the contractions, just more medical ways to fix this delay. And in those instances, most times I'm like, okay, can we try a different position? Okay, let's try using nipple stimulation to get the contractions to be stronger. And in those moments, literally, a doctor has said to me, oh, I didn't think about that, or oh, I've never seen nipple stimulation used to help with the pushing stage, to help things go better. Because they just are used to, stepping in with more advanced and overkill methods of speeding things up, and they might not consider some of the less invasive methods of helping you out. And those less invasive methods are also methods that will probably mean less harm to you and your baby, and you'll probably be able to recover faster than when a lot of medication and all these extra tools are used. So that's why I like to compare it a bit to, an exterminator. Yeah, and literally, like I was saying, this I had a client, she was pushing and it slowed down, and I suggested, let's grab a breast pump to use this, and then the doctor was like, oh, that's a good idea, I didn't think of that, or I haven't used that method before. And it's just like, it should be the first thing that you try, right, before you start to go to more complex solutions. That's typically how it happens. It's, like I said, just because of their training, their solutions to simpler problems are usually more complex, because that's how they've been trained. That's what they're used to. They're also used to seeing a lot of high risk and complicated situations, and so they forget that some situations don't call for all of those measures. OBGYNs are best suited for pregnancies with specific medical complexities, just like an exterminator is best suited for severe pest infestations. So I hope you can see, understand that analogy, and it could help you. I hope it helps you understand a bit of what I'm saying, where sometimes somebody might be too qualified for a job that's simple, and they might overcomplicate the whole process. So what does that mean? Does that mean that I'm saying that you should ditch the hospitals and you should give birth at home and you should fire your doctor right now? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you should learn your options and then choose the option that is best suited for your specific situation and for your specific goals. So it's not a one size fits all. I'm not saying that everybody should not have an OBGYN, but I'm also not saying that everybody should have one. Just know your options and then choose what's best for you and your family. The midwife is another option for a care provider while you're pregnant, and they're ideal for uncomplicated pregnancies. They are best suited for low-risk pregnancies and births. Midwives typically provide holistic and personalized care for pregnancies and births that don't need complex medical interventions or medical support. That's where they shine. Low-risk pregnancies where everything is healthy, everything is going well, and many expectant parents opt for a midwife when their pregnancies are low risk and uncomplicated. Most women who choose midwives, they talk about feeling a lot more heard. They felt like they had more time with their midwife. They got to know their midwives better. They felt more empowered through the process. And this is because of the way midwives are. They that personalized holistic care. They really think of pregnancy as a whole, not just what's happening physically. How are you feeling emotionally, and making sure that you feel very supported. So let's highlight some more differences between a midwife and an OBGYN, so that you can know your options and then choose the one that you think works best for your situation. So midwives are trained to handle low risk pregnancies and birth, while OBGYNs are trained to handle high risk pregnancies and birth. Midwives prioritize the natural progression of labor. Midwives basically, they trust and they know that this labor has a pattern, and they allow that pattern to unfold, and they only will intervene when it's absolutely necessary, when there's a medical need for it. They're not afraid to step back, let the mom be in charge, and just observe and hold that safe space for the mom. OBGYNs, on the other hand, they tend to have higher rates of medical interventions. Midwives, they would typically be able to support you at hospitals, birth centers, and at home, while OBGYNs will only support you in the hospital setting. Midwives cannot perform cesarean sections, while OBGYNs are skilled at performing cesarean sections. So if your pregnancy, for whatever reason, requires a C-section for you and baby to be safe, then an OBGYN is your best bet. Midwives are better for natural, unmedicated births, where there are no pain meds or meds to speed up contraction and all of that medical interventions. That's where midwives shine. They just really are best suited. If you're trying to have that unmedicated birth, the midwife is typically the best option for you. While OBGYNs, again, like I said, they're better for complicated births. Finally, midwives, they prioritize something called continuity of care, which is basically that they like to have it so that the midwife you start working with at the beginning of your pregnancy is the midwife who will go with your whole pregnancy with you, who will be there with you during labor, and who will be there to help you and your baby 6 weeks after birth. So that really allows you to get to know each other. You're comfortable, you trust each other, and you feel more heard. While OBGYNs, their support is a lot less personalized. If you're pregnant and you've already had some of your OBGYN visits, you might have noticed how short they are. You wait 1 month for the appointment, and you show up for the appointment, probably wait 30 minutes in the waiting room. They call you in, talk to you for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're out. I've noticed a lot of women talk about that's their experience. I have a midwife for this pregnancy, and the difference has been night and day between OBGYNs and midwives. My midwife appointments sometimes could go over an hour. You ask questions, they listen to you, they talk to you about your different options. It's really, really personalized. You really, really feel like they care, and that they want to hear you. So that's just something else you can consider when you're trying to decide who you should go with. But let's talk about what they have in common. Both the midwife and the OBGYN would provide you with care during pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. Typically, the midwife will also stay with you 6 weeks after your baby is born. So they're with you, throughout your pregnancy and birth and your postpartum period. So I want to talk about some questions that you can ask your potential care providers, because I like to tell clients that think of it like an interview. Say you wanted to hire a babysitter for your child, you'd ask questions. You ask them questions just to make sure that they're a right fit for your family, right? So you should think about it the same way when you're trying to pick an OBGYN or a midwife. And so these are just some of the questions that you could ask just to get a feel for what their philosophies on birth is, how they feel about certain things that are important to you. Like if you would really, really like to avoid a C-section, it might be a good idea to ask them what their C-section rates are, because there are some doctors who have very, very high rates of C-section. So this is going to be again in the resources section of this chapter. So be sure to download it, check it out, or you could also just take a quick picture of it and ask them during your visit, just to make sure that you're all on the same page and they're the right provider for you. So I can't talk about care providers without talking about doulas. Who is a doula? A doula is there to ensure that the mom feels safe, empowered, informed, supported, respected, and heard throughout their pregnancy, labor, and delivery experience, especially during delivery. So typically, your doula would be there with you throughout your pregnancy from when you hire her, and then during labor you have your doula there with you the whole time, providing you with information as things are progressing, as your doctor or your midwife is suggesting things to you. They are there to explain things to you, help you ask the right questions. If you need a hand to hold, if you need someone to rub your back, they're really just there to make sure you're doing well emotionally. But keep in mind, they don't provide any medical support to you. That's typically the job of your OB/GYN and your midwife. So a doula would not replace the need for a midwife or a doctor. So why should you have a doula? Having a doula present has been shown to make you less likely to need medical interventions like C-section, pain medications, and this is because of all the information that doulas are equipped with and they bring with them to you during your birth. So they help you navigate the different decisions that you have to make. They help you when things slow down or you have certain pains. They help you manage the pain. They just are a wealth of information that they bring with them, and they use that information to support mamas. And as a result, women with doulas are less likely to need medical interventions. You're also likely to have shorter labor during with a doula for the same reason. They have tips and tricks and ways to move and positions to try to help you out, to speed things, to make things optimal. You're also more likely to have an increased birth satisfaction. And the reason for this is when you have a doula, they provide this unwavering, empathetic support. They're there with you the whole time. They've seen so many other women go through what you're going through. They understand you. Their only job really is to help you feel heard, to help you emotionally, they're not really worried about anything medical like, oh, I need to check your heart rate. The doctors and the midwives are handling there, and you're just there to make sure that you're coping well and you feel supported. And that support, remember I told you that women who have come out saying that they had a positive satisfying birth experience, the thing that they had in common is that they had support, they felt supported. And so that's why women who have doulas with them are more likely to have increased levels of birth satisfaction. And then why else should you have a doula? They provide you with emotional, physical, and information support. So just think about it, speak to your partner about it. A doula doesn't replace the need for dads to be there. Dads still have a very vital role. You have something that doula doesn't have, in the sense that you and the mom love each other. You have a lasting relationship. Your role is very, very vital there too. And doulas are there so that they can take a bit of that pressure from you, where you can also be experiencing, because you're also in labor, kind of, because you're also welcoming your baby, right? And so you're free to just experience things, be there with mom, hold her hands, and just trust that the doula can help you with other things along with your OB and your midwife. So the work of the doula is not only to help bring new life into the world, but also to help the mother to find new life within herself. Because people always say, like, when it's not only a baby that is born during labor, a mother is also born. And so a doula helps facilitate that and help the process to be a gentler process and to be one that's not so isolating. So that concludes the chapter on pregnancy. So now you know how to maintain a healthy pregnancy. You know all about some nutritious foods that you can eat, staying active, the importance of avoiding toxins and stress during pregnancy. You now know how to choose the right provider, and you know how important it is to choose the right provider for your goals. You know some questions you can ask your provider, and now you know what a doula is and why you should consider hiring one. So that's the end of the chapter on pregnancy, and I will see you in the next section. Hey parents, welcome to section 3 of this course, Birth Prep. Here in this section, this is what we'll be talking about. There'll be 4 main topics. First one is choosing the right birth location for your goals. We'll also talk about, for the partners, how to support your partner during labor. Then we'll talk about how to prepare for birth, like some practical steps you can take to prepare for birth. And then finally, we'll talk about what to do when or if you go past your due dates. So let's start off with birth locations. You might be wondering, why does this even matter? Why are we talking about birth locations? And the truth is that just like with care providers, I told you that the care provider you choose can make or break your birth experience. That's the same thing with birth locations. There's three main options, and you have to choose the right one for your specific goals to get the most out of your birth experience. And so that's why I want to talk about all the different options that you have, the pros and the cons, so that you can have the information and then you get to make the decision that's right for you. So let's start off with the hospital birth. It's the most common birth location. It's the one you see in movies. Most people today, they have their babies in hospitals, right? And it's basically the default location. Today it's become the default location when people want to choose where they're having their babies. Here are some benefits of having your baby in the hospital. First of all, you have more access to pain relief options. I understand that there'll be so many different families joining this course. Some people might want pain meds, some people might want none of it. If you want pain medication and you want to have different options, then the hospital birth is where you probably would want to find yourself, right? Another benefit is that you have access to emergency facilities, and this is particularly important if your pregnancy is high risk or there are some specific complications that your doctor has foreseen, and so a hospital is great for that, because in case of those emergencies, you have easy access to it, right? Now let's talk about some of the cons or the disadvantages of hospital births. First of all, there's a low level of comfort and familiarity, because you might get a chance to tour the hospital while you're pregnant, but it's not familiar. There are bright lights, there are sounds and beeps, strangers walking everywhere. And so you might feel a bit out of place when you're in the hospital compared to when you're in your own home. And this is an important point to note, because for birth to progress smoothly and without stalls and hiccups, it's so important for the mom to feel safe and comfortable. And so that's why if you've had a baby before, or if you know someone who's had a baby, sometimes you hear them say that their contractions were going on at home, and then when they got to the hospital, the contractions stopped or it slowed down. And that's typically because when you get into the hospital, maybe you're now not as comfortable as you were at home, and so your contractions might slow down. Excuse me. Or it might even stop when you get to the hospital. Another disadvantage of hospitals is that they over-medicalize birth. Remember what I talked about when I was comparing OBGYNs to exterminators? It's sort of the same reason why hospitals are sort of a disadvantage, because of they over-medicalize things, complex solutions for simple problems. And so birth is a physiological process. It's not a medical event for most people, for low-risk healthy pregnancies. And by the way, you should know that most pregnancies are actually low-risk and healthy. So for those pregnancies, birth should not be a medical event, but it's usually treated as such in hospitals. They have standards of practice and generalized rules that are not specific to each person's specific scenario. And so you might just find that they're doing things like routine interventions, things like continuous fetal monitoring. That is basically, you see these bands on this woman's belly. That's what we call continuous fetal monitoring. But what it does is that it's keeping an eye on your contractions, keeping an eye on your baby's heart rate, but then it's making you tied to the bed. And so you can't move as much. In hospitals, they also routinely will give you IV fluids, which is here. Again, this keeps you attached to the bed. This can also make you have too much fluids in your body, and when you're trying to breastfeed, your breasts are so engorged that baby might not be able to latch. But that's just what they do routinely for everybody, even though it's not necessary for everybody. They might put you in hospital gowns where your back is exposed and you may not feel so comfortable with that. Just things like that, that are routine practices that are good for certain people but not good for most people, but it's become the standard of practice. So if this is what you prefer, if you would like this over medicalized approach, this very hands-on approach, that's fine. But if you feel very strongly about keeping medical interventions to a minimum, which is so important, I want to tell you, I'll cover this a bit more, but when you keep medical interventions to a minimum, to when it's only necessary, you increase your likelihood of having better outcomes for yourself and for your baby. You are more likely to recover quickly. And typically these interventions, one usually leads to the other. And so you avoid all of that when you limit those medical interventions. But it's very hard to limit medical interventions when you're in the hospital. So that's why I've put it as a disadvantage. And then there's also the one of limited privacy in hospitals. There's so many strangers, there are nurses coming in and out. You might have some student doctors coming to learn. There's all these people there. And so you might not feel that you're getting privacy. And as a side note, you should know, if you're someone who is not comfortable with a bunch of strangers in your room and you don't want students, doctors, or student nurses to be there, you can say no to it. I know that these people need to learn. I do understand that, and I respect that. And if you're comfortable with that, then it's so great. They get to learn. But if it's disrupting your birth process, if it's making you feel uncomfortable, if it's slowing things down, if it's making you feel tense, absolutely say no to it. You can say no to it and tell them that you only want essential people to be in the room, because typically when a student, doctor, or nurse comes in, they will introduce themselves and tell you, hey, I'm a student, blah, blah, blah. And you could just politely, be very polite and tell them that, hey, I would actually prefer only essential medical personnel to be in here. And so you can then get more privacy. Okay, so another type of birth location is the birth center. They are usually run by midwives, and they do not typically have the type of medical equipment that you would find in hospitals. So this makes them best suited for low-risk pregnancies and births. And you might be wondering, why would I choose to give birth at the birth center? So let's talk about some of the advantages of having your baby at a birth center. First of all, birth centers are made to be very cozy and comfortable, so you get to give birth in a relaxed environment. They typically are made to model like a home, with big beds like you can see here. There will usually be a big tub for you in case you want to use water to help you manage the pain. So it makes it very, very conducive for a natural birthing experience. Another advantage is personalized care. Because midwives are run by midwives. What did I say?
Midwives are run by midwives.
Sorry, because birth centers are run by midwives, they offer that personalized care I was talking to you about. And so when you're in the birth center, you get that type of care. You will likely have the one midwife with you that had been with you from the beginning of your pregnancy, and they will typically be there with you the whole time. And so this means that you just have a better chance to have discussed all your needs and preferences, and so you're all on the same page throughout the whole labor process, and you're all working as a team to help you reach your goal. And birth centers are also usually very family centered, so they encourage families to be involved in the birth process, and then it can just make the birthing experience a bonding experience for the whole family. Another advantage is that with birth centers, you likely to have fewer medical interventions. With their rates of medical interventions are typically low. You can't get a C-section there. Epidurals are not available to you there. So you're more likely to, use the natural methods that are available to you. And so it's an excellent choice for people who want to avoid unnecessary medical interventions. And if you're low risk, then the birth center would be a great option for you. So let's now talk about some of the cons of having your baby in a birth center. First one is the limited medical equipment. If you're somebody who wants to have a lot of things available to you, then a lot of medical equipment available to you, then the birth center would not be the best option for you, because they don't have as many medical equipment as you would find in the hospital. And that's why they're not suited for high-risk pregnancies where you need a lot of those tools. So if you're somebody who will need maybe access to emergency medical equipment, equipment for the baby, then you would likely not be someone who will qualify to have their baby at the birth center. Another reason why a birth center might be considered a con to some people is that there's limited pain relief options. Now, this would not mean anything to you if you wanted an unmedicated birth anyway, but if you were someone who wanted access to pain relief options like the epidural, for instance, then the birth center wouldn't work out for you, because you can't get an epidural at the birth center because you need an anesthesiologist. And so you have to rely on natural methods of managing the pain, like breathing through the pain, using heat and water. That's why they always have that tub in the room to help you. It's a natural way to manage the pain. Some birth centers will have gas and air available to you, which is a pain relief option, but not always. They don't always have that, and that option is also not as effective as the epidural, if that's what you were wondering. So if you would like lots of medical support to help you manage the pain, then the birth center would not be the best option for you. So now let's talk about the third option, home births. For the sake of making sure that we're all in the same page, let's define what we're talking about when we say home birth. So basically, home birth is when you labor and give birth to your baby at home. And what I'm talking about specifically is when the home birth was planned. That is, you planned to labor and give birth at home, and you have a qualified midwife at home with you. That's what I'm referring to when I'm talking about home birth in this chapter and in this whole course. So it doesn't include home births that were unplanned. It doesn't include home births where there was no midwife present. It doesn't include home births where you were actually trying to go to the hospital, but then you were not able to get there on time. So now that we're clear on what I'm referring to when I'm talking about home births, let's talk about some of the benefits of having your baby at home. Okay, the first benefit is that with home birth, you have more control and flexibility over your birth, because it's your home, right? You have control of just how things are, how the environment is going to be. In the hospital, for instance, they usually would tell you that you can't eat, but at home you can eat, right? It's your house. At home you can move around as you want. At home you can get into the tub or shower if you want to. While in the hospital you might get some pushback about some of these options, but at home, you're in charge, you're in control. Another benefit is that with home birth, you get to labor and give birth in a very familiar environment. Remember, I told you that it's so important when you're in labor that you feel comfortable and safe, and home birth is just perfect for this because it's familiar and it's a comfortable environment. You can make it as comfortable as you want, and so it could make your labor to be shorter and less painful just for that reason, because I told you that element of relaxation is so important. Another benefit is that at home you're less likely to need medical interventions, unnecessary medical interventions. And the reason for that is you don't even have the option to, right? So you're at home, you can't ask for an epidural when you didn't want to. They can't suggest some of these things are not necessary because it's just not an option anyway. So you're less likely to need those unnecessary or you're less likely to receive those unnecessary medical interventions at home. And this could mean that you would have a quicker recovery for both you and your baby, and it could also mean better outcomes for you and your baby because you don't have all these unnecessary things going on inside of you and everything has happened pretty much naturally. Another benefit, this isn't really a benefit, it's just a side note to know, is that home births are reserved for low risk pregnancies and birth. So if your pregnancy is complicated or your birth is complicated, then you're better off being in the hospital. In fact, you wouldn't even be given the option to stay at home because midwives will not allow you, they will not come support you in the home if they know that it's not the best thing for you. So they will probably want you to be in the hospital where you can have medical equipment that you probably would require with higher risk pregnancies and births. So let's play another quick game to see how much you know about home births. Home births aren't safe. Is this a myth or is it a fact? If you guessed myth, then you're right. For low-risk pregnancies, pay attention to this because people like to misconstrue this. For low-risk pregnancies, planned home births attended by a midwife. So there are 3 caveats. If your pregnancy is low risk, if the home birth is planned, and if there is a midwife there with you, then a home birth is just as safe as having your baby in the hospital. And that's when we're talking about like you and your baby surviving, right? It's just as safe. But then, you know, I told you it comes with all these other benefits where you probably would have shorter labor and you are more likely to have a quicker recovery rate. So it's just as safe. If a home birth is something that you're really considering, know this fact: as long as your pregnancy is low risk, the home birth is planned, and you have a qualified midwife there with you, then you are just as safe being at home as you would be in the hospital. Let's do another one. Myth or fact? Midwives know how to handle birth-related emergencies. Is this a myth or is this a fact? If you guessed fact, you are right. Midwives are trained to handle various birth-related emergencies, and they always come with emergency medical equipment like oxygen if your baby needs extra oxygen. They come with medications that can help you if there's excessive bleeding. They have medications for that. They have resuscitation tools, and more importantly, they have very specific guidelines and protocols that determine when they must transfer a mother to the hospital, and they are so trained at recognizing those instances very, very early on so that they can do a transfer for you safely. So yes, midwives know how to handle birth-related emergencies. Okay, I think this is the last Q&A. Home births are unregulated and lack professional oversight. What do you think? Is this true? Is this a myth? Is this a fact? It's a myth. In so many countries, home births are regulated, very strictly regulated, and the midwives who attend these home births are trained and licensed healthcare professionals. In Canada specifically, I know that midwives have very specific guidelines and standards of care that they must provide to make sure that the mom and the baby are safe. And so if you're considering a home birth, depending on what country you are, do your research, see what guidelines these midwives have to follow. Interview midwives and ask them, like, how do you recognize a need for me to be transferred? Like, in what situations would you have to transfer me to the hospital? Just ask them questions, see what their guidelines are. You know, they would usually even have like websites, you know, where the midwife association of where you live, they would have their website. You can see all their standards of practice and standards of care, and just help you understand more and know if there's someone you want to go ahead and hire and if you feel comfortable with it. If you've decided to have a home birth, here are some things that you can do to prepare for it. So ensure you have lots of hot water and clean towels available. Your midwife will likely tell you just how many towels you will need. Try to clean your home and just keep the birth space clutter-free, because when your space is neat, you know, your mind is better able to relax and to focus. And great tip for partners: if you're not sure what to do in early labor, a great thing you can do to help mom relax is just to quickly tidy up the home so that she doesn't have to be worried about that. Then ensure you have lots of snacks for you and your entire birth team. Labor is a lot of work. It could go on for several hours, so you want to make sure you have water, snacks, you know, maybe some energy drinks, just to keep everybody's energy levels up. Now, sometimes home births do not go as planned and a hospital transfer becomes necessary. Here's how to handle those situations. First things first, you need to trust that your midwife is trained at recognizing a need for a transfer early on. You know, they have guidelines, they have things that they're looking for. So if your midwife is telling you that there is she thinks it's time for you to get transferred to the hospital. She's probably spotted something that could potentially be a case of an emergency, and so taking you to the hospital is a safety measure. Typically, they can detect these indicators very early, so you might have a chance to speak to them and understand exactly what's going on and ask some questions, whatever questions you might have. It's also important that you try to remain calm and follow your midwife's instructions. I know this can be a bit difficult to do in the moment, but just try your best to remain calm and just know that you're in safe hands. Use the different breathing and relaxation techniques that you'll be learning to just calm down and trust your midwife and just follow what they're saying. It's also important to keep in mind that just because a hospital transfer becomes necessary doesn't mean that you failed. It doesn't mean that you're inadequate as a parent. It just means that, as it happens sometimes, it's safest for your baby and you to be transferred to the hospital. Partners, this is a great time for you to encourage mom, tell her how proud of her you are, and just remind her, because a lot of moms, they feel discouraged when this happens because that wasn't their plan. So just remind her that she's done a great job so far. You love her, you're proud of her, just help her get her spirits up and just understand that she's done absolutely nothing wrong. Now, speaking of partners, I want to tell you how you can support the mom in labor during labor. So I'll be telling you some practical tips, because I know sometimes partners usually say that they really want to help, they really want to support moms, but then they don't know exactly what they can be doing. So this is why I made this section specifically for dads and partners, so that you go into it feeling ready, knowing what your role is, and so you can step into that role confidently and make her labor experience much easier. So let's test how much you know about labor, partners. What is the number one way that you can support the mom during labor? Is it A, by knowing everything about labor, B, by being present, or C, by asking her how she's doing during contractions? What do you think the answer is? So if you guessed B, you're right. The number one way you can support mom is by being physically and mentally present with her throughout labor. So more on some things you can do and how to support mom. Number one is education, just having the right information by reading childbirth books, by paying attention and attending prenatal classes like you're doing right now. Just try to understand everything that comes with being in labor. Know the different terms, labor terms, so that you can know what to expect and so you're not lost when things are being said. This will ensure that you are able to go into labor with a good understanding of the process, and it will make you better able to support the mom during labor, because when the midwife and doctors are saying things during labor, you're not left in the dark. You know what they're talking about. You'll be able to ask the right questions and be an advocate for mom. You need to understand that during labor, there's so much going on for mom internally that she might not be able to be present or focus on what people are saying around her. So you need to be her eyes and ears. Make sure you're listening. Make sure you're asking the right questions. Make sure that you are following what's going on, because you know what she wants. You know her best, right? And so you can be able to be her advocate and just make sure things are going along the right path, the way she wanted them to go. And yes, more on being present. During labor, put away your phone. Don't be on your phone, because a lot of moms talk about feeling very lonely during labor, like they felt like they were going through it alone. And that's usually because, the partners are not in tune with her emotions and with what she's doing. Don't be on your phone. Stay awake. Try to sleep when mom is sleeping. Don't take your PS5 with you to the hospital. Just be there with her so that she can feel less alone. Remember, I was saying earlier that the moms who had a positive view of their birth experience, all of them, the common factor was that they all felt supported. So when she feels less alone, when she feels like there are people around her she can rely on, when she feels supported, she's more likely to have that positive experience that she both wants. Be there to hold her hands, give her massages, try to anticipate her needs. If you see that she might be thirsty, just get water, give her some water, just anticipate her needs and then support her accordingly. Now, more on being present. I know that, sometimes you have to ask questions. Whenever you need to ask the woman in labor questions, ask direct questions like yes or no questions. Don't ask open-ended questions like, Like, what would you like to eat? Instead, say, would you like rice or beans? Or if you even know that she likes rice, you just bring her a bowl of rice and say, hey babe, would you like some? You know, same goes for water. Do you like water or juice? Or you just give her water. Just hold the water to her mouth so she can have some water. Just, you know, try not to ask her questions that will require a lot of brain work for her figuring things out. Make it as easy as possible, because she's so engulfed in what is going on internally that it can be a distraction when she has to think about other things. So anticipate her needs, you know, and make it easier for her to make those decisions. Also, it's so important for you to be a model of calmness for her. So even if you can see that mom is stressed, you don't want to physically act like you're also stressed. Now, you want to empathize with her, you know, take what she's saying seriously, be in tune with her feelings, but then don't also become stressed and panicked, because when you do that, she also panics. But if she's feeling worried or she's feeling stressed and she looks at your face and sees that you're confident and you're calm, that could tell her that maybe there's nothing for me to be worried about, because she trusts you and she knows that if you're not worried, then she probably doesn't have to be worried. So try to maintain that calm demeanor. And I know that you're a human being as well, so you might sometimes, you know, feel overwhelmed by everything. If you need a moment, take a moment, go to the bathroom, go out to the hallway and just collect yourself, and then come back so that you can continue to be there with her. Another great way you can model calmness is by reminding her to breathe. Sometimes when you're in so much pain or when you're worried and stressed, you might not even realize that you're holding your breath. So if you see that she's holding her breath, just remind her to breathe. You can even breathe with her and tell her, hey, follow my breathing pattern. And then you're both breathing together, so you can help her to focus and just ground her. Pro tip: during labor, if you don't pee, your contractions could be more painful and it could make your labor longer. So it's so important to try to pee every 1 to 2 hours. This is a great way for dads to support mom by reminding her every couple of hours to go pee. If she needs some support with that, you know, hold her hand and take her to the bathroom. This is so important, because when your bladder is full, it can actually block the passageway for baby to go, and so, you know, labor is not progressing as smoothly. You might be experiencing more pain than you have to. So just make sure you're keeping an empty bladder and you're staying hydrated. Become very familiar with her birth plan. I also like to refer to the birth plan as her birth preferences. How does she want things to go? How does she feel about certain options? Be very familiar with it so that you can be her advocate and you can make sure that things are going according to the way she wanted it, so that even if she's not able to speak for herself, you can speak for her because you know. And that's why it's so important for you to be attentive and to be physically and mentally present, so that if there's a deviation from her birth preferences, you can spot it earlier on and make sure that things go back on the right track. I mean, of course, there's some times when things have to deviate for good reason, right? And that's okay. But if it's going away from what she wanted and there's no good reason why that's happening, make sure you remind everybody that, hey, this is not what we wanted, this is what she wanted for her birth, and just advocate for her in that way. During labor, a lot of women are filled with oxytocin, which is a love hormone. And so this can make the mom to be more agreeable. And so something might be happening, and this is something that she didn't even want, but she's not able to speak up because she's just filled with all of these hormones. That's where you come in. If you notice that something is not going the way she wanted it, and it's not going according to what she had said when her mind was clear, then you can speak up for her and just advocate for her, ask questions, and help her to ensure that things go the way she wanted it to go. Okay, so now let's talk about birth prep. This is practical ways that you can prepare for birth. The very first thing to do to prepare for birth is preparing a birth plan, also known as your birth preferences. Your birth plan is an important document that clearly states your preferences for labor and birth. Working on your birth plan is so important because it helps you to know and understand your different birthing options. You become very familiar with the different decisions that you might have to make during labor or when your baby is born, or even shortly after your baby is born. So keep it simple, keep it in point form so that anybody who picks up your birth plan can quickly skim through it and know exactly what you want. Keep it very simple and straight to the point. You can create your birth plan with a doula if you have one. If you don't have a doula, you can just do that with your partner. Just it makes sure that everybody's on the same page. You basically want to create a plan that will help you achieve your birth goal faster and more effectively. So when your partner is there, it's so good because your partner also gets a chance to know your preferences very well, and then you're all on the same page. You also would want to share your birth plan with members of your team, your doula, midwife, doctor, your partner. Have multiple copies of it, put it in your birth bag. Just make sure that everybody is on the same page. Yeah, pack multiple copies in case maybe water spills on one or something happens. Just have multiple copies available with you in your birth bag. And so I created a free template to help you create your own personalized birth plan, and you can find that template in the resources section of this course. Make sure you download it. It just basically tells you all the different things you should be thinking about. All the options there on the birth plan, I will discuss them further as we go along in the course, so you understand the different options, and then you can choose which one resonates better with you, whichever one you would prefer. So make sure you download the birth plan template that I've made available for you. Then we also want to prepare your birth bag. Now, even if you're going to the hospital or you're going to be at the birth center or you're having your baby at home, you want to have a birth bag, which basically contains everything that you will need for labor, and then maybe like 1 or 2 days after your baby is born, for you, your partner, and for the baby. So make sure you pack all of that. And it's a good idea, pro tip, to have your husband be the one to pack the birth bag. The reason for this is that you're so busy in labor, you're probably going to be telling him, hey babe, can you grab me a chapstick, or can you grab me my robe? So let him be the one packing everything, so he knows where everything is, and he doesn't have to ask you, oh, what part of the bag did you put this? What part of the bag did you put the baby's hat? He knows where everything is. Again, for the birth bag, you can find the birth bag checklist in the resources section. You can also find it by following this link, but I've also made it available here for you to download it. Try to pack your birth bag well in advance, because you don't know when baby is going to come, especially if you're having multiples. So pack it early on, put everything that you need inside of it, keep it somewhere very, very easily accessible. Okay, so now I want to talk to you about perineal massages. Have you guys heard about perineal massages? It's basically a massage that helps prepare your perineum for the stretching that will happen during birth. So your perineum is basically the space between your vagina and your anus, and so it usually would stretch when the baby is being born, like actually during the pushing stage. And so perineal massages help prepare that area for being stretched out, and helps it to be a bit more flexible. So it's been shown to reduce your likelihood of tearing while you're pushing, perineal massages. So that's why it's so great to do it during your 3rd trimester. You can do this by yourself, or you can have your partner do it for you, depending on what you feel comfortable with. But see what I was telling you here. So this is the vagina, and this is the anus, and basically this area in between is the perineum. And so you're massaging in here to help it be used to being stretched down and out. So to do this massage, you start typically in your 3rd trimester. And what you need to do is basically begin by washing your hands, just to make sure that you don't bring in any bacteria and cause any infection in the vagina. So wash your hand, make sure your hands are clean. And then you want to apply safe oil like olive oil or coconut oil or even grapeseed oil. Apply them on your fingers, and then you would use your thumbs. You could use 2 thumbs and then put it in the lower part of your vagina, and you're pushing down and pushing out, and you're just sort of stretching it out like this. You will also use your index fingers, like whatever feels best to you, and just you're stretching and pushing it out, and just getting yourself too used to that feeling of being stretched out. And while you do this, it's such a good idea to practice your breathing and your relaxation techniques. And so when you do those stretches, you hold it for 2 minutes, and then you stretch, you hold it for 2 minutes. Just do it a couple of times, do it every day, or as often as you can. And yeah, you're basically preparing that area for birth. And so some other things that you can practice to prepare for labor is practicing deep breathing exercises and relaxation. So to do this deep breathing technique to help you relax, you're breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. You want to practice that. You could even practice visualizing your baby being born while you do this, visualizing yourself in a peaceful place, and just try to relax while you do this. The more familiar you are with this process, the easier it will be for you to do it when you're in labor and when you're feeling these intense sensations. You also want to practice some massages like counter pressure, or even the double hip squeeze. The double hip squeeze is what you see here, and they're so great. These massages are so great, especially if you're having hip pain or back pain during labor. So YouTube has a lot of great instructional videos on how to do this, and it's such a good idea to practice this with your partner while you're still pregnant, so that he is familiar with it or she is familiar with it, and you are also familiar with that sensation, so that again, when you're feeling intense and when everything is like kind of chaotic, I guess, you're familiar with what's going on and you're not trying to figure it out then. You also want to practice some different pushing positions. Don't worry, I'm going to show you some awesome pushing positions that will help you reduce your chances of tearing. So practice those pushing positions again so that you're familiar with them. And then if you're going to be using a TENS machine, practice using that TENS machine. And a TENS machine is basically a very small device that can help relieve pain during labor, and it does so by sending electric impulses to your back. So you see all these pads here, you'd be feeling some sensations in your back from these pads, and so you want to practice using the TENS machine because it's actually not very intuitive. And so practicing it beforehand so that when you're in labor you know how it works and you're not busy trying to figure it out then. If you're interested in checking out the TENS machine, you can find some great ones on Amazon and they're not too expensive. But also if you're hiring a doula, your doula will likely have a TENS machine that they will bring with them for you during labor. So just ask them if you can practice with it beforehand. Okay, in your third trimester, try to cook some freezer friendly meals that you can make in advance and put it in your freezer so that you can eat those meals during the postpartum period. This is so good because it allows you to focus on bonding with your baby instead of worrying about what to eat or what to cook. You can just focus on bonding with your baby. You can take the meals out of the freezer and just put it in the oven, put it in the microwave, and you have a healthy meal available to you. And to do this, all you need to do is every week in your third trimester, just pick one freezer-friendly recipe, cook twice the portion of what you need, eat one half, and then freeze the other half. That's how easy it is. And I created a digital recipe book that contains tons of freezer-friendly recipes that are so good for the postpartum period. So be sure to check it out again in the resources section. Make sure you download it and then just start your third trimester making those recipes bit by bit, and you find it so helpful. Like your future self will thank you for helping out, so you don't have to worry about cooking when baby is born. If you have other kids, it's a good idea to arrange childcare options beforehand so that when you're in labor, you already know who is going to come take care of the other kid during labor. If you're at home, you might want to have your kids there, but you might also still want to have somebody else who's just keeping an eye on them. So make those arrangements earlier on. It just gives you basically one less thing to worry about. You know that your other kid is going to be fine while you're in labor. And before I finish with that, you need to try to do these things early because you never really know, again, how early or when you're going to go into labor. So do it as early as you can, probably earlier than you think you should, so that you can have everything ready to go. Okay, so this section is for the mamas who would prefer to have a natural birth, which we basically can also refer to as an unmedicated birth. And if this isn't you, you might be wondering, why would I want to have an unmedicated birth? And I'll just briefly tell you some reasons why having an unmedicated birth can actually be the ideal situation for a lot of women. The reason for this is that when you have an unmedicated birth or a natural birth, now I'm not talking about just avoiding the epidural. I'm talking about avoiding epidural, avoiding the inductions, avoiding basically just the unnecessary medical interventions, right? The reason it's so great is because it comes with so many benefits. Like you're more likely to have better outcomes for both you and your baby. You are more likely to have a faster recovery because of you don't have a lot of medications and all of these things going on inside your body. And you're also more likely to avoid some unforeseen side effects. A lot of these medications, they have side effects that come with it, you know. And when you get the epidural, some women can have back pain. You can also have your labor slow down. When you get some induction medications, it can be very, very hard on your baby and yourself. It can lead to your uterus rupturing. You know, some of these interventions that are available, they are there for a reason. And when you're using them outside of these reasons, these medical indications for needing them, when you're using them just casually, you're opening yourself up to some things that you might not even have thought about. And usually one intervention would usually lead to another, and then when you start off with one, it also makes you more likely to end up having a C-section. So for these reasons, you know, a lot of women choose to avoid it altogether and just let things happen naturally, and then they only would take these medications when there's a medical need for those medications. And also, actually, when you don't use those medical interventions like epidurals and even getting an induction, you could also be less likely to tear while you're pushing, or need equipment like forceps or vacuums. Like the benefits are endless. So that's just a bit of why some women choose not to have medications involved in their birth. So now that you understand that, I know that for women who've already made this decision, when they say, you know, I want to have an unmedicated birth, you will usually get all sorts of reactions, like people who don't believe in you, they don't think you can do it, people who think you're crazy for even wanting to put yourself through that, people who don't even are like wondering why anybody would want to do that. You get all sorts of reaction, and you know, you need to be able to tune out that noise. You need to be able to believe in yourself, trust in the decision you've made, and then just understand that this goal is something that is completely achievable. And I'm going to be telling you just right now some ways that you can increase your likelihood of having that unmedicated natural birth that you desire. So the first thing is that you must be clear on your reason. If you want to increase your chances of having a natural birth, you must be clear on why you want to do it. Women want natural birth for so many reasons. You know, I just listed a bunch. Everybody has the reason why they want to do it, or maybe it's a combination of all those reasons that I stated. So just be clear on why you want to do it, because the most important thing is that you understand why you're doing it, and that you're doing it for yourself and for your baby. That means you're not doing it to please somebody else. You're not doing it to prove anybody wrong. You know, you're doing it with a full understanding of what comes with it and the benefits, and you're doing it for you and for your baby. The reason why it's so important that you're clear on your reason why is because things will get intense. And when it gets intense, you need to be able to remember your why, because that could be the thing that helps you to keep going. When you remember that, oh, this is why I'm doing this, and it's a good, strong reason, it could help you to keep going. So before labor even begins, take a moment and write down, like, why do I want to have this unmedicated birth? Why is this so important to me? Write down your reason. Share this reason with your partner. Share it with your doula, your doctor, your midwife, anybody who is going to be there with you, so that when things are intense and when maybe you forget your why and when you're starting to doubt yourself, they'll be able to remind you that, hey, remember, this is why you're doing this. And that can give you that strength you need to just get to the finish line. So, I said this earlier on in the course. I said that it's so important to keep this at the top of your mind, that at the end of this whole journey, your family, your baby, this new member of your family is waiting for you. They're waiting for you at the other side of this journey. So you need to always hold that. When things are intense, you know, just try to always remember that I'm doing this for a reason. There is a person, an actual person, who is half me and half my partner, who I already love so much, and who you will get to meet. So just hold that perspective through pregnancy, through labor. Hold that perspective. Another way to increase your chances of having your natural birth is by knowing what to expect during labor, especially during an unmedicated labor and birth. You need to know what to expect so you can manage your expectations, and so that when things are happening, you're not confused, you're not scared, because you knew that was going to happen. And also, when you know what to expect, you know how to prepare for it, right? You get the right preparation going. So although birth is a natural event, it's also a challenging one. It's intense. There's so many sensations. It's natural, but it's challenging. So you need to take those steps to understand exactly what to expect, and then also take steps to prepare yourself accordingly. Most interventions, have like a cascading effect, like I was saying. So it's so important for you to limit interventions right from the beginning. Limit interventions, because when you start with one, chances are it just will go and go and go and go, and before you know it, you are having an intervention that you didn't want. So try to limit those interventions to only what's absolutely necessary. Remember, the goal of having a natural birth is not just to avoid interventions or to avoid medications. It's to avoid them when they're not necessary, right? So avoid the unnecessary ones, and just let labor start by itself. That's the very beginning. How does labor start? Unless there's a medical indication for it, don't get induced. Stay at home for as long as possible. Just reduce those interventions. And the reason why it's so important to stay at home for as long as possible is that so you don't get tempted to receive things. When you're in the hospital, especially in the hospital, they're telling you, hey, we want to do this. Hey, do you want this? Do you want the epidural? Do you want that? When you're home, it's not an option to you anyway. And so the longer you stay home, the less likely you are to accept those interventions that will be offered. And then, we can also instruct your team that they shouldn't suggest these things unless you specifically ask for it. Like, don't say, hey, it looks like you're going through a lot. Would you like the epidural? I always tell my clients that labor is intense. Nobody needs to remind you that an epidural exists. I don't need to ask you, do you want one? Because it exists. If you want one, you will say you want one. Because when people are suggesting these things and asking you, basically what they are communicating to you is that they are worried about you, or they don't think you can do it. And so some moms really take that to heart, and they're like, if my partner is asking me if I want the epidural, maybe I should take the epidural. So just tell everybody, don't suggest it to me. If I want one, I'll ask for one. Also, try to take a hands-off approach even from the last trimester of pregnancy. In those final weeks of pregnancy and labor, your doctors might start suggesting, let's do a cervical check. Let's see how dilated you are. Remember, I told you dilated means to check how open your cervix is. Why? Why do you need to check how open the cervix is when you're still pregnant, right? While labor hasn't really started. Limit those interventions, because remember what I told you, one intervention would usually lead to another one. And so if there's no medical reason for an intervention, just say you don't want it. Ask questions, see if there's a medical reason why they're suggesting. And if not, tell them you would like to skip it. It's your choice. You have a right to say no. It's your body, it's your baby. And only accept the medical interventions when they are necessary. Remember, I think sometimes this gets lost. The goal is not to avoid medical interventions. It's to avoid unnecessary medical interventions. So become very good at asking questions. And I'll tell you some questions you can ask when an intervention has been suggested. But become good at recognizing when an intervention is unnecessary so that you can say no in those instances. These interventions, they do exist for a reason. But these days, they've become so overused that they end up causing more harm than good. So only use them for true indications where they are needed, true medical reasons for it. And then you get the best out of it because you have the option available to you if you need it. So you'd get the best out of it. But then if you don't need it, you allow your body do its thing and you get the best out of that. Another way to increase your chances of having a natural birth is to choose your team wisely. the team you choose, the people you surround yourself with during labor can greatly increase your chances of having a natural birth. Remember, I told you, if you have a team that every time they're telling you, hey, would you like the epidural now? Or they're not making you feel empowered, or they're acting like they're worried about you, that can also make you feel disempowered and reduce your likelihood of going through it. So choose your team wisely. Make sure that you have your team members that they believe and they trust in you, and that they are they have the same goal as you. Like, you tell them, hey, I would like to do this without medication, and they trust you and they support you, and you're all working together to achieve that one goal. Picking a provider is so important. Remember when I was telling you about OB/GYNs and midwives, if you want a natural birth, midwives are typically your best bet for that, especially if your pregnancy is low risk. So consider hiring a midwife. Consider having your midwife support you, because they are used to supporting unmedicated pregnancies. They are used to the physiological process and basically the natural process of birth. Make sure your team makes you feel supported even while you're pregnant. When you're bringing up your concerns, when you're asking questions, how do they make you feel? Do you feel heard? Do you feel like they care about your questions? Do you feel like they want you to ask questions? Make sure that they make you feel supported and confident. And then consider hiring a doula. Again, a doula is basically a great guide for you through the highs and lows of labor. They've seen unmedicated births. They understand how birth works, the processes, and just how everything flows. So consider hiring a doula to help you out, to be there with you the entire time, to support you, to hold your hand, to provide you with some tips and some tricks that can help you manage the pain more effectively, that can basically help you achieve what you're trying to achieve without needing any medications. Also, ensure that your husband or your partner is educated on how best to support you. First step, again, is them attending classes, reading books. Let them know how the birth and labor process goes, and then let them know how they can support you. Do you want massage? Would you want them to hold your hand? What kind of words would you want them to say to you when you're feeling scared and you're doubting yourself, right? So that is why it's so important for partners to join the moms during the prenatal classes, because you're a team, so you need to be able to rely on them, and so that they are not being the ones who's making you feel like you can't do it. Instead, they're cheering you on, telling you how proud they are of you, telling you that you can do it. It's also very important when you have your team to make sure that your entire team is aware of your birth preferences. So when you make your birth plan, remember, share your birth plan with them. Everybody needs to be on the same page. The whole team needs to act as one unit. Everybody knows what you want. Everybody knows how you prefer to be handled, all your preferences basically, and you can all work together to achieve your goals. Then it's also important to choose the right birth space. Remember, I told you the different environments. You could do home birth, hospital birth, or have your baby in the birth center. Which option will best allow you to have an unmedicated birth? So choose the right one. Choose the one that makes you feel safe and comfortable, because when you're safe, you feel comfortable, the good hormones flow. Oxytocin, that love hormone, the hormone triggering your contractions, it flows. It helps manage the pain. It helps things to go smoothly. It helps labor to progress. So you really want to make sure that you're in a space where you feel very, very comfortable. So do your best and choose the right space, but also create the right environment for yourself. Take steps to make your birthing space to be calming and relaxing. So you could ask your team, like when they're speaking, that they should speak in hushed voices. They can dim the lights for you, play some calming music, maybe even put on some electric candles. Use electric candles so that there's no fires, but just take steps. I've seen some mamas, they put up string lights in their home, or they're diffusing like nice scents around the house. Just whatever you can do to make yourself feel calm, take those steps to do them. You could even just write a list of what you want, and when you go into labor, your partner can go ahead and run around and get those things ready for you. If you're going to have your baby in the hospital, you need to delay going to the hospital. Don't go immediately your water breaks or immediately you feel the first contraction. Allow things to progress further along at home, because remember, I was telling you that when you go to the hospital, because of it's an unfamiliar space, things could slow down, things could even stop, like the contractions could stop. So the longer you stay at home, the more you allow labor to progress before heading to the hospital, the less likely it is that it will stop or slow down when you get to the hospital. So spend as little time in the hospital, spend as much time as you can at home, because also when you spend less time in the hospital, you also are away from being pushed or suggested to take medical interventions. So delay it for as long as you can. Stay at home, have everything ready to go, but just stay at home until things have progressed well enough. So just in summary, these are the ways you can increase your chances of having a natural birth. Number one, you need to be very clear on your reason for wanting a natural birth, and it needs to be for you and your baby and for nobody else. You also need to know what to expect during labor, which I will be talking about in the next chapter, where we'll be talking about all about labor. We'll talk about that, or everything you can expect. We also need to limit interventions, because I told you that one intervention usually leads to the other. So when you start with one, you're increasing your chances of getting all the other ones. So limit them, only accept them when they're absolutely medically necessary. And then choose the right team, choose the right birth location. And then finally, you need to stay at home for as long as you can, and don't spend too much time in the hospital. Sometimes pregnancy lasts longer than you might have expected. So let's talk about what to do when or if you go over your due dates. So first thing I want you to be very, very clear on is to understand that due dates are an estimate. Write it down, repeat it to yourself. Due dates are an estimate. In fact, you should really be calling it an estimated due date. The reason I want you to understand it is that unless you know the exact date that you conceived, it's so difficult to tell exactly when your baby is going to come. It's so difficult to tell exactly how far along you are. So really, when your doctors are telling you this is your due date, they're just guessing. It's basically an estimate of when they think your baby is going to come. And so instead of focusing so much on the exact date, just take the whole period. You have a due period. Maybe you're due towards the end of March, or you're due early April, Don't focus so much on that specific date, because only about 5% of women give birth on their due dates. So don't allow anyone to pressure you. This is why it's so important. Don't allow anyone to pressure you into an induction just because you're past your due date. It's an estimate. Speaking of inductions these days, they are overused in so many hospitals. And basically, an induction is when your labor is started using artificial methods like medication, or there's some tips at home that people could try. But basically, typically when we talk about inductions, we're talking about starting contractions using medication. So today, so many hospitals overuse inductions. And the reasons that people have given for even having those inductions, you see your doctor telling you sometimes, oh, the baby is too big, so let's get you induced, or you're over your due dates, or some moms get induced because they're tired of being pregnant, which I understand. In those last few weeks, it feels like years. And so some moms get induced because they're tired of being pregnant. Some doctors suggest inductions to accommodate their own schedule. And these are not good reasons for getting inductions. These are not good reasons, especially when you consider the risks that can come with inductions. These are absolutely not good reasons to get induced. So when an induction is being performed, they usually use a drug called Pitocin. You could also see it called Syntocinon. Sometimes it's called oxytocin. But it's a synthetic oxytocin, and they use this medication basically to trigger contractions. The medication, they try to model natural oxytocin, which is the hormone that triggers contractions. But then it doesn't really do such a good job at resembling oxytocin, because it does start the contractions, but the natural oxytocin also does something to your brain where it helps manage the pain. But these induction medications, it doesn't have that feature of pain management. And so women who get induced and receive this medication, they usually talk about the pain being so much. Like if you even speak to women who have had inductions, but who also had have had labors that began naturally, they tell you how much more painful the labor was when they got induced. And that's because it doesn't quite resemble the natural hormone that triggers contractions in your body. Another reason why the Pitocin or the induction medication can be dangerous is because the contractions that it forms are so much stronger than the contractions that form naturally with natural oxytocin. They're so much stronger, and they're also so much painful. So much more painful, and it can make labor to be more difficult for you, but it also is more difficult for the baby. So imagine you're going through it, you're feeling all of these pains, the contractions are intense, your baby is feeling all of that. Now, because of how intense and painful these contractions are, you become more likely to actually start asking for pain medications like epidural, even if you might not have needed or asked for one when you're with natural contractions. With Pitocin, with inductions, you're so much more likely to ask for pain medication because it's just so difficult to manage the pain. And you also are more likely to require an emergency C-section with inductions. And the reason for this is that, I told you it's intense for you, but it's also very intense for baby. And so sometimes when you get this induction done, baby's heart rate starts to drop. Baby is struggling, the baby is in distress. There might be meconium, which is poop, in your uterus, and so these are all signs that baby is not coping very well with the contractions. And so in those cases where baby's heart rate is dropping rapidly, they would need to perform an emergency C-section. I want to show you this video that I made it for YouTube, but it's such an important video. It's all about inductions. It's all specifically about the drug Pitocin, syntocinon, oxytocin, that drug that I told you about. It's specifically talking about it, the induction drug. So it's so important that you watch this video. Don't skip it, because it really is something that I think every parent needs to understand. So watch this video and then we'll talk some more after. Okay, so now that you're back, let's talk about some true indications for inductions. Like, what are some true medical reasons when an induction is actually necessary? So for situations where the woman has preeclampsia, an induction might be necessary to prevent the condition from becoming much worse, and so that mom and baby can be safe. So in those instances, an induction, the risk that comes with it is less than the risk of continuing the pregnancy. Another indication for why an induction might be necessary is with gestational diabetes. Like in cases where the gestational diabetes is not being properly managed and there is a risk to the baby's health, then an induction might be necessary to put an end to the pregnancy and to give have the baby to be safe outside of the womb. So in certain instances, not in every case though, just because you have gestational diabetes does not mean that you need an induction, but if it's not being properly managed, then you might need one. Another indication is with premature rupture of membranes. That's basically when the pregnant person's water breaks before labor starts. So your water just breaks and then contractions have not happened, baby is not being born for up to 24 hours. Then in those situations, there might be concerns with, infection, baby catching an infection. And so they might want to do an induction to help baby to come out quickly so that the baby, an infection doesn't set in and affect the baby's health or cause other forms of complications. And then if there's signs of fetal distress, so say they can see that baby's not doing too well in the womb, and there are different signs of fetal distress, they might have to do an induction to bring baby out. Say maybe the baby's heart rate is abnormal, stuff like that, too high, too low. They would then suggest an induction just to help baby come out and for baby to be safe. Now, I want to talk about some natural ways that you can trigger labor. And I'm covering this because I know so many moms, they want to know some ways, maybe they're in their final weeks of pregnancy, and they just want to know some ways that they can naturally trigger labor or contractions to start. Before I say this, I want to say that ideally you should wait for labor to begin on its own, because labor begins when your body is ready for it and when baby is ready to be born. So it's generally best to just let things start on its own. But if you'd like to know some natural methods to trigger contractions or to trigger labor, I'll share some of that with you. So this is something that you shouldn't really try to do before your 40 weeks. So wait until you're completely full term, 40 weeks pregnant, and then you can try some of these options. But you also should keep in mind that sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. Again, if your body is not ready or if baby is not ready, it typically will not work. But it's worth trying, right? So the first way is using sex. The reason why sex can induce labor is because when you have sex and you orgasm, there is a rush of this hormone, oxytocin. This is the hormone we keep talking about. It's the hormone that triggers contractions. And so when you have that rush in your bloodstream, it could trigger those contractions, right? So that's why sex works. Another reason is that semen contains a substance called prostaglandin. And what this substance does is that when it touches your cervix, it helps to soften it. And then when your cervix is soft, it can make it easier for it to be opened. So that's another reason why sex could sometimes help to trigger contractions or to begin labor. Another way to naturally trigger contractions is by using nipple stimulation. So you could use a pump or you could use your fingers to do this. And again, this works because of that same hormone. When you use your fingers or use a breast pump, it triggers the release of oxytocin, and that could help start contractions. So to do this, you want to do it one breast at a time, and you want to stimulate each breast for about 5 minutes and then rest for 15 minutes and then do it again. But it's also a good idea to speak with your midwife or your doctor before you do this, just to make sure that everything is safe for you to be doing this. Okay, some people believe that drinking red raspberry leaf tea could help trigger contractions. Remember, I was telling you earlier on, it's been shown to strengthen your uterus. And so some people believe that by drinking this, it could trigger contractions. I mean, it's safe anyway, so it might be worth trying. Some people also try eating spicy foods to help to trigger contractions. For the spicy food, it might work, or you might just have to poop. I don't know. But again, if it's something that you want to try, it might be worth trying to see what happens. But you just need to remember that labor will start when your body is ready and when baby is ready. So try to relax, try not to stress too much about it. Just rest and be patient. You're not going to be pregnant forever, and it will come to an end at some point, right? So that brings us to the end of birth prep. In summary, I told you how to prepare for birth, prepare your birth plan, your birth bag, practicing massages, freezer meals. I told you all about that. You also know how to increase your chances of having a natural birth. I told you all about medical inductions and when they are truly necessary. And then finally, we spoke about due dates, and then you now know some natural ways to trigger labor on your own at home. Just remember, your birth experience is yours. Everybody else is really there to support you, but this journey is yours. So prepare yourself to be in charge of it, Educate yourself, put together the right team, have an excellent support team with you. And once you do all of that, you can rely on your team and just let go. You've got this, and I will see you in the next section of this course. Welcome to section 4, labor. So you've prepared your mindset, you've gone through pregnancy, you've prepared for birth, and so now you're at the main event, labor and delivery. Let's do one of our quick quizzes. How much do you know about labor? During labor, the more relaxed you are, the less painful the contractions will be. Is this true or false? So the answer is true. Relaxation is a great way to manage pain and to help labor progress well. When you're relaxed, there's less tension. When there's less tension, there's less pain. Let's do another one. What is the first thing to do when labor starts? A, rest. B, run to the hospital. C, pull out your birth ball. What do you think the answer is? The answer is A, rest. In early labor, the best thing you can do for yourself is try to rest, try to get some sleep. If you can't sleep, just try to relax and basically just save your energy for the more challenging parts of labor. Okay, So here's what we'll be covering in this section of this course. We'll first of all talk about what to expect during labor. I know I covered this briefly earlier on, but we'll go into more detail. Then we'll talk about what to do, exactly what you should do when labor starts. And then I'll show you some positions that help to make delivery more efficient, as well as positions to help reduce your chances of tearing. So the first one, what to expect during labor. I want to tell you about a type of contraction. It's called Braxton Hicks contractions. You might have already heard about it. And they're also often described as practice contractions. So Braxton Hicks contractions, they're common in the second and third trimester. That's usually when you start to feel those contractions. And they usually feel like a tightening or a squeezing sensation in your abdomen. And they don't last very long, maybe for about 30 seconds to 1 minute. You just feel like your abdomen, your stomach just feels tight, and there's usually no consistent pattern to them. Braxton Hicks contractions, they don't really mean that labor is going to start. That's why you can experience them. Some people could even experience them maybe earlier, maybe in their first trimester, but it doesn't mean that labor is starting. The purpose of this contraction really is to help tone your uterus. Remember, I told you that your uterus, which is where your baby is, it's like your baby's house. It's a muscle, and muscles, like you know, if you want stronger arms, you work out. So Braxton Hicks contractions are kind of like a workout for your uterus, just to make it stronger, so that when the real contractions start, it's strong enough to push your baby out. There's another type of contraction. This one is called prodromal labor. And this one, you can also hear people refer to it as false labor or pre-labor. This one is more common in the last few weeks of pregnancy, so you might not notice it until like when you're much closer to the end of your pregnancy. And the contractions here, in this case, they're actually real contractions. Like Braxton Hicks contractions, they don't actually feel like what a real contraction would feel like. But with prodromal labor, the contractions are actually very similar to what the real contractions can be. And so you might find it uncomfortable. You might even find these contractions to be painful. And the purpose of this type of contraction is to help thin out and open up your cervix. But not completely, to an extent. And the reason this is a good thing, you know, if you're experiencing it, it can be challenging, but it's a good thing because it's opening up your cervix, it's softening it, it's making it thinner, so that when the actual full-on labor starts, you already kind of have had a head start to the whole thing, so you're not starting from scratch. And then so you usually will have like an easier time with labor. Things might go a lot smoother and faster for you that way. So let's talk about some of the early signs of labor. One thing I want to mention before I go more into it is that when you're experiencing these early signs of labor, it doesn't mean that labor is going to start within the next hour or even within the next day. It could still be days or even weeks before you actually go into full labor, but these are just signs that you're getting closer and closer to labor. One of them is something called lightening, and this happens when your baby moves lower into your pelvis. So most of your pregnancy, your baby might be a bit higher up, and lightening is when baby drops. You actually hear people call it like, oh, you dropped, or your baby dropped, because the baby has gone lower into the pelvis. And when this happens, you might find that it's easier for you to breathe because baby is not so high up and close to your lungs. But for that same reason, you might find that you have to pee more because baby is now closer to your bladder and putting a lot more pressure on your bladder. Another early sign of labor is the loss of your mucus plug. The mucus plug, it kind of has the consistency of an uncooked egg white. It might be white, but sometimes it could be pink, it could be a bit brownish if there's tinges of blood in them. So that's what the mucus plug is. And that plug, really what it does, it's kind of like, really it's like a plug, right? It's like covering the cervix, and so when it drops, it just means like you're a lot more closer to your baby being born. Another early sign is vomiting and diarrhea. Just as things are happening in there, you might feel a bit more nauseous. You might find that your stool is a lot looser. So another sign is back pain. You might experience back pain when you're closer to labor because baby is putting a lot more pressure on your muscles. You have also all these hormones that are flowing through your body to help your body to become very loose and relaxed. And so you might feel that pain. You might feel the pain in your lower back as well. Have you guys heard of the nesting urge? That's another sign. It's basically the desire for you to get your home ready for the new baby. I see a lot of videos on Instagram where people are like, oh, I felt like I needed to clean the grouts in my shower. You know, you're just like taking on this really specific and intense cleaning project and just trying to prepare the home for the baby. It's like a bird that is creating a nest for the baby bird, right? And so that's another sign that labor might be coming soon, when you start to feel that extreme urge to prepare your home or to clean. So when you start to experience these signs, like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't mean that you're going to labor immediately. It just means that labor could start in some days or some weeks, right? And you're that much closer, and so you should start to really put things together. If you haven't already like packed your hospital bag and done all of that, it's just a reminder that, you know, you're getting closer, and so you should put things together and just be prepared. So now let's talk about the stages of labor. Let's talk about it in more detail. Usually it starts with early labor. This is when your cervix, remember I told you your cervix, where's my mouse? There it is. This is where your cervix is, and this is what would open up and what would become thin. So in early labor, your cervix would be 0 to 4 cm dilated. Now, when this happens, you're in early labor, remember I told you this is when you should really try to be resting. Try as much as possible to rest and distract yourself, and try to just ignore it for as long as you can. And so with early labor, the contractions might feel like cramps, like light period cramps, or even maybe intense period cramps, but then it won't be too intense. It's very, very manageable. A lot of people are able to ignore it for this stage. Like, it doesn't feel like it's too much. You might be feeling, oh, this is not so bad. That's how early labor is. And early labor could typically last about 12 plus hours, especially depending on which pregnancy. Like if it's your first or second, you know, it would change, but generally it could last about 12 plus hours, and this is usually the longest phase of labor, but then it's also not intense, so it's not that bad. So yes, as I had said earlier, in early labor, try to rest, try to sleep as long as you can. And then if you are not able to sleep, if you're just so excited that you can't sleep, try to distract yourself, you know, but try to distract yourself by doing tasks that are still very relaxing. You know, don't go for a run, but you could go for a walk, you could bake, you could watch TV, or even call a friend and just have a chat with a friend. The longer you're able to ignore these contractions in early labor, the shorter your labor will be, because your mind, you know, your mind is not in that state of, wow, baby's coming, and so just try to ignore it, try to rest. Then after early labor, you go into active labor. This is when your cervix is between 4 to 7 cm dilated. So as you can see here, this was a picture from early labor, and then it goes to this. You can see it's thinner here, the opening is a bit wider. This is when you're in active labor, 4 to 7 cm dilated, and the contractions at this point will start to get more intense. You might find that you're not able to speak through those contractions, but in between the contractions you might be good. You're able to laugh, you're able to talk, but when a contraction is on, you might need to take a moment to collect yourself, to catch your breath. If you notice this pattern change from being able to just like breeze through contraction, and then you notice that you're needing to take breaks, you could assume that, yeah, I'm probably getting now into active labor. Active labor could last 6 plus hours, so it's not as long as early labor is, which is a good thing because it's more intense, right? Now with active labor, you know, early labor, I told you what you should be doing was to distract yourself to sleep. It might be more difficult to do that with active labor. So what you can do now is start to do the different coping techniques that you've learned. You know, you want to start managing your breathing, taking deep breaths. Speaking of which, I could use a deep breath right now. So yes, take deep breaths, try different positions, you know, all the different things that you've learned, all your tools for managing pain. This is the time to do it. In early labor, you know, don't do that yet, but in active labor, that's when you can pull out your ball and, you know, start moving around on it, rocking on it, and just trying to help manage the pain. Now, It's also important when you're in active labor, you're doing a lot of work, to stay hydrated, right? Make sure you're drinking enough water. Try to eat, because it's kind of like trying to run a marathon when you've had nothing to eat, you've had nothing to drink. I've never run a marathon, but I don't imagine that that's how to do it. But also, you don't want to eat too much, right? You don't want to eat things that are too heavy or things that are greasy. And you also want to remember to pee often. This is so important that you remember it. Every 1 to 2 hours, you need to try to empty your bladder, because it will make your contractions to be less painful when your bladder is empty, and it will help things to progress smoothly, because your bladder isn't sort of blocking the way for baby. So this is an important tip for dad to try to remember. Try to remind her to pee every 1 to 2 hours. Remember the cheat sheet that I told you about earlier on. I hope you downloaded it, because it's there to remind you, remind her to pee. So just try to do these things when you're in active labor. And then after active labor is done, that's when you get into transition. Transition is when your cervix is between 7 to 10 cm dilated. As you can see here in this cervix, it's a lot more open. This one is actually fully dilated. It's completely open. It's completely thinned out and out of the way. So in transition stage, that's 7 to 10 cm dilated. At the end of this stage, that's when you would usually start to push. So it's often the most challenging stage, but then the good news is that it's often the shortest stage of labor. It typically would last from like a few minutes, maybe 30 minutes to a few hours, like about 2 hours. So it's so intense, it's a lot, but it doesn't last too long. And during this stage, you could expect to feel nauseous and shaky. So if you experience this during labor, where you're like, why am I shaking? Why do I feel like throwing up? Don't panic. You're probably in transition stage at that point, which is a good thing, because it means you're that much closer to meeting your baby. So don't panic if you experience these things. With transition stage, really, you want to just try to ride it out, because a lot of times when women get to this point, that's when they feel like they can't keep going on, because the sensations are so intense. But you can do it, because you've been doing it, because so many other people have done it. You just have to ride it out, and just remember that, one, it's not going to last forever. It's the shortest stage. And then two, once this stage is done, you get to push and meet your baby. So partners, during this stage, this is when you would really need to step up, because she would be feeling most likely exhausted at this point. So you need to step up, grab her hands, look into her eyes, and just help her get through it. You really just have to ride it out at this point. So just hold her, remind her that she can do it, say encouraging things to her, and just make her feel that she's not alone in it and that you have her back. You really need to step up during this time and just be in her face and just hold her and ground her at that moment, because she can feel very out of sorts because of how intense this stage tends to be. But yeah, after this, you just need to remember that after this, you'll be meeting your baby. So just try to remember that. Partners, try to remind her that. Try to envision your baby, making its way down. And just do whatever you can to get through it. And you just know you can do it, because you're doing it. So once you're done with the transition stage, that's when you would get into pushing. So pushing, though, you want to start pushing when you're 10 cm dilated, but that's not the only criteria. You should also push only when you feel the urge to push. So before you start pushing, two things ideally should happen. You're 10 cm dilated and you feel the urge to push. And one thing I need a lot of women to understand, I get this comment a lot on my YouTube channel, where when I make a video, I get women telling me that they wanted to push maybe on hands and knees, or they wanted to try different positions, but then the nurses told them you can't do that. You need to know that you have a right to push in whatever position feels best to you. It's your experience, it's your body. Literally, like, you have a right to push in whatever feels best to you. Like, they shouldn't be able to tell you that stay on your back. Do whatever feels best to you at that time. If being on your back is what feels best, that's okay. But if you really feel uncomfortable, you need to advocate for yourself to go into different positions. Some great positions that you can push in would be hands and knees. That's this one you see here. You could also kneel down. You could use a birth ball, or you could kneel down and hold on to like a bar. They usually have that at the hospital beds. You could also do the side lunge while you push, which is this one here, or squatting. Squatting is a great way. You could squat again instead of using a chair. You could also use a bar that could be attached to the hospital bed, or you could use a chair, or someone could even hold your hands while you squat. Just make sure that you have some support while you're getting in these positions. These positions are so great because it makes it so much easier for you. You're using gravity. Like, imagine laying down on your back and trying to poop. It's not going to be easy. But when you're using gravity in this way and you're using all these positions, you're optimizing it. So you probably will be pushing for a lot shorter. It will be less painful. And the big thing is that you would be less likely to tear when you're using these positions than when you're pushing on your back. But another reason why you want to push when you feel the urge to push is because that also makes you less likely to tear and then less likely to get tired, because when your baby is in the right spot, when baby is ready to be born, that's when you start to feel that urge. And sometimes the doctors will tell you, well, you should start pushing now. That's kind of like someone telling you that it's time for you to poop. No one needs to tell you you need to poop. When you need to poop, you feel it. That's because the poop is in the right spot. It's ready to come out, right? I'm sorry if that's too graphic, but that's basically the same thing. Wait until you feel the urge to do it. Now, if you've had the epidural, it might feel a bit different because you might not be able to feel those sensations, and this is one of the reasons why people tend to want to avoid having the epidural. So if you have the epidural, you might need someone to tell you, okay, you're fully dilated, it's time to push. You might need them to tell you how to push. But if you don't have the epidural and you have all these sensations, you're feeling things, you wouldn't even need anyone to tell you how to push. You actually should just listen to yourself when you feel the urge and when a contraction is coming. Just push in the way that feels right to you. Take positions that feel right to you. A pro tip for partners is during the pushing stage, a lot of women feel so hot, like it's a lot of work. It's actually so much work, and so they usually find a lot of relief when a cool cloth is placed on their forehead. So when you see that it's time to push, you could just run and grab a bowl, put some ice, put some water, and use a cloth to put on her head. You could ask the nurses to bring this bowl for you. If you're home, you can arrange for that, but women tend to find this very, very helpful. So this is another way that you can support her. Okay, so let's talk more about pushing on your back. This is usually the default position that your hospital will probably try to have you push in, but it's not the most effective position. Upright positions, they really make pushing to be a lot more effective because you're using optimal positions and you're using gravity to help make your job easier. So you need to just remember you have a right to give birth in whatever position feels best to you, and if you allow it, sometimes this right will get violated because they will just put you in that position by default, and if you don't speak up, you might end up being in that position. Sometimes you might even speak up and you might get a bit of pushback, but absolutely do not allow this to happen. Partners, when you see this happening, you speak up and say, no, we need to try different positions. And you can actually physically help mom to get into that position, right? You don't even have to ask for permission to do this. When they say, okay, I think it's time to push, or when mom starts to feel the urge to push, she can just signal you and then you help her get into whichever position she wants to try. But yeah, pushing on your back, it's really not the best way to push. In fact, I should say it's the wrong way to push because it makes you more likely to tear. It makes the pushing process take a lot longer than it has to take. It could even be more painful for you because you're not working with gravity. You're not working with the way things were supposed to happen. And actually, this pushing on your back thing, it started from, which king was it? There was this French king, I think it was Louis the something, I don't remember the number, but it was a French king who just liked to watch women give birth. That's why, and so he would make them be on their back and then he would watch them give birth. And now doctors, when you ask them sometimes, well, why should I be on my back, they're like, well, it's easier for me to see. Well, you don't have to see anything, right? Unless you're physically using those tools to pull baby out, what are you trying to see? right? You don't have to see anything. What's the most important thing is the woman's comfort. And if you must see, the doctors should be the ones to get uncomfortable and like kind of bend while you are comfortable, because you're the one doing all of the work. So don't allow them to make you have a much harder experience than you have to have, a more painful experience. It could also make you more likely to need vacuum and forceps because it's not efficient. If you stay pushing for too long and you're not doing it the right way, the baby could actually start to enter like a state of distress, or their heart rate starts to drop because they've been in the birth canal for too long. And so in those cases, they might have to use vacuums or forceps to pull baby out quickly. So it makes you more likely to need this. And when they need to do when they need to use the vacuum or forceps, you also now are getting into the point where they need to use something to tear you to make room for the vacuum or the forceps to get into. And speaking of that tear that I'm talking about is called episiotomy. It's a surgical cut made at the opening of the vagina to make it wider so that baby can be born more easily. So they would usually either go this way or they might go down this way. And yeah, that's what the episiotomy is. The thing is that episiotomy is the cuts, those surgical cuts tend to be more severe than if you tore naturally. The tears from episiotomy, they tend to be a lot more severe, larger, might take longer to heal. And you would think that with this being known, because there's been so many studies that have checked this and confirmed it, you would think that it wouldn't be done routinely. It will only be done when absolutely necessary. But in some hospitals or some doctors, they still perform this cut routinely, and this is not something you want. You want to make sure that they're only doing it if, like I said, baby needs to come out very quickly in the case of a true emergency. If not, you're better off pushing on your own. And if you do tear spontaneously, that's fine. It will usually be less severe for you than if you get cut. And you know, there are things you can even do to reduce your chances of tear, which I will be telling you very shortly. But this episiotomy is something that should be reserved for cases where it's truly necessary, like in cases of true emergency. And yes, one of those is like when they need to use those forceps because they need to make more room for the tools to be inserted. So now let's talk about how to reduce your chances of tearing. Give me a moment. Okay, so one of the ways to reduce your chances of tearing is by performing perineal massages. Remember, I was telling you about them in an earlier section. It's basically stretching out the area between your vagina and your anus to just get those muscles there and those tissues, really get them used to being stretched out, get them more flexible. So this is one way, and you can do this during your third trimester to get the most out of it. If you would like to learn more about it, check out the previous section where I talked about it during birth prep. But also there are so many videos online that show you how to do it. Another way to reduce your chances of tearing is to push in upright positions. Remember what I told you: hands and knees, kneeling, side lunge, squatting, pushing in upright positions to make it easier for you, and you wouldn't be pushing for a long period of time. And you're using gravity to help bring baby out, so you're doing less work, and so you're less likely to tear when you do it this way. But if you're in a situation where baby is coming too fast, if baby comes too fast, it might stretch the muscles out too quickly, and it might be more likely to tear. So in that case, a good position to try is the side lying position, like you can see here. It will help slow baby down so that it has a chance, the tissues or the muscles have a chance to stretch out slowly, and then you're less likely to tear in that way. Then you could also ask your partner or your team to place a warm cloth on your perineum while you're pushing, because the warmth and the heat, the warmth and heat is the same thing. The warmth can help those muscles to relax, and then it will also help you to relax because it feels nice. When you're pushing, you might feel that burning and stretching sensation, and so you might be tempted to just push quickly to get it over with. But when that warm cloth is placed there, it also helps a bit with the pain. So ask for your partner or your team to do this for you. You could put it in your birth plan, and so once they just see that it's time to push, they could put that cloth there and just help you help soothe the area for you and make it more flexible for baby to be born. Another way to reduce your chances of tearing is to ask your team to avoid you trying to use their fingers to stretch your vagina while the baby is being born, or to physically pull the baby out. Sometimes you see, like, after the baby's head is born, the doctor or the midwife might just go and pull the baby by the head and pull the baby out. That could actually make you tear. The best thing to do is, after baby is born, to just wait. After the head is born, wait. On the next contraction, usually baby would rotate and then the shoulders will come out on its own without you having to push you, without you having to stretch anything. So the more hands off you can be, it reduces your chances of tearing. Now, if it's a case where you need more assistance, maybe baby is stuck in an awkward position, you might need that help. But in most cases where everything is progressing well and fine, you don't need to assist the baby, you don't need to assist your body. Your body really just knows how to get this baby out, and if you allow it to happen the way it wants to happen, you're less likely to tear. And then finally, just listen to your body. Push when you feel the urge to push. Push in the way that feels best to you. And remember, just because you're 10 cm dilated does not mean that it's time to push. You really want to wait to get that feeling. If you've not gotten the epidural, you will get the urge when baby is in the right spot, and then you start pushing. It would be much easier. It would take less time for you. You would be less likely to tear. Okay, so the day you've been waiting for is finally here. You're in labor. What do? I'll tell you. The first thing you need to remember when labor starts, when it dawns on you that, wait, I'm actually about to have this baby, don't panic. Just remember not to panic. Don't do what you see happen in movies where, their water breaks or they get the first contraction, they call the husband, everybody's frantic, everybody's running everywhere, running to the car. There's no need for all of that. Don't panic. Try to relax. Try to know that you're in control and things are going to be fine. Then the next thing you want to do is notify your team. So even if you're not even sure if it's like actually true labor, you should notify your team, notify your husband, your doula, your midwife, just so everybody can be prepared and ready to go, right? Everybody can be on standby for you. Then try to rest. Remember what I said, in early labor, the best thing you can do is rest. You're going to need your strength. And I'll tell you something. One thing I've noticed is that when women are in labor and I'm with them as their doula, labor is intense and, the contractions can be painful. But I actually notice they always tell me, like, it's not even the pain. It's not even the pain that's getting me. It's like, I'm just so tired. You want to try and keep your energy up. You want to try and rest, sleep for as long as you can, because usually it's the tiredness that gets you. Especially if you're someone who wants to avoid medication, pain medication or any other type of medication, try to rest, because that's really what you need. You need your energy to run this marathon. So the best thing you can do in those early stages, after notifying your team, try to sleep, try to relax. And then if your water breaks, it could usually be like a light trickle where you're like, wait, did I just pee myself? Or it could be a big gush. But here's what you should do when your water breaks. It doesn't mean it's time to rush to the hospital again. It's not time for you to panic. What you need to do is just take note of the color, the order, the amount, and the time. And the acronym for this is COATS. So just quickly take note of these things, and then this will also help you in case your doctor or your midwife asks you more about it. And then once you do that, you can rest. The only time when it's really an emergency where you might need to call your doctor or try to get to the hospital is if after your water breaks you notice that the umbilical cord is sticking out of your vagina. Now, this is not something that you now have to become paranoid about, like, wait, is the cord sticking out? Is it not sticking out? If it's sticking out, you would know that it's sticking out. So if you don't feel anything sticking out, don't worry about it. But if you do feel something sticking out, call your doctor, call your midwife immediately to notify them. Other than that, there's no need for you to panic. As long as you're full term, no need for you to panic from your water breaking. So yeah, just put on a pad, and then try to rest. Now let's talk about how to know when it's time for you to go to the hospital or your birth center or to call your midwife. So you want to stay at home for as long as you can. Remember, I told you labor will progress smoothly when you're comfortable, and you're more likely to be comfortable when you're in a familiar place like at home. So stay at home for as long as you can. It will also reduce your likelihood of receiving unnecessary interventions. When you go to the hospital, they kind of will have a hard time just looking at you and not doing anything. Before you know it, they're saying, oh, do you want this? Do you want that? So stay at home as long as you can, because it will reduce the chances of you accepting unnecessary interventions. And you can use the 411 rule to know when it's time to head out or when it's time to tell your midwife to come over if you're having a home birth. So the 411 rule is basically when your contractions are 4 minutes apart and each contraction is lasting for about 1 minute, and this has been on for at least 1 hour. So when your contractions are 4 minutes apart, that means like the start of one contraction to the start of the next contraction is 4 minutes. But then from the start of one contraction to the end of one contraction is 1 minute. But you don't have to worry about this. There are so many great contraction timing apps that do all of this for you. Just download it. And then when you're entering into active labor, when you can't ignore the contractions anymore, you just pull out the app and start timing it, and then it will tell you the pattern if there's any pattern. And when you notice that there's this pattern of 411, you can then start to head to the hospital or tell your midwife to come over. So you need to be able to make informed decisions when you're in labor. It's a skill you need to learn, because you need to be able to use all the information you've gathered, information from this class, information from books you've read, and then information from all the research that you might have done. You need to be able to use that to make informed choices. Don't make choices out of fear or in a hurry. Make decisions based on the truth, the facts, and basically the specific scenario that you're in. Talk to your doula if you have one, and use the information that they give you to help decide the next course of action. Like as doulas, we don't make decisions for our clients, but we can provide you with information. We can tell you some things you might not have considered, but at the end of the day, it's you and your partner who should be making these decisions, because you're the one who's going to have to live with them. It's your body, it's your child. So just try to make sure that you're using the right information to make those decisions, and you're not hastily making decisions out of fear, or that you're not coerced to make certain decisions. Okay, in some hospitals, actually in a lot of hospitals, they would routinely prevent women from eating during labor. I want to talk about this. The reason why they usually tell women, you can't eat anything, and maybe they would just offer you ice chips or juice or some drink. The reason why they do this is to reduce your risk of aspiration in the case where they need to do an emergency C-section and where they put you completely under. Aspiration is basically when you are inhaling the content of your stomach into your lungs, and that's not a good thing. You don't want that. And the risk of that happening is when they give you that type of anesthesia where you're completely like unconscious, right? But the thing is that this risk it's only really a big risk if you need such an emergency section that they really need to get the baby out so quickly. This is not something that happens a lot. The potential for you needing that kind of emergency C-section is low, especially if your pregnancy is healthy and low risk, right? So the risk of aspiration is much lower than the risk of you trying to labor on an empty stomach, getting exhausted, your contractions stopping from you being so exhausted. There's a higher risk of that happening, and this is the case for most pregnancies, because most pregnancies are healthy pregnancies. So what you should do is that, one, you can try to still eat, or you can stay at home and labor at home for as long as possible, because when you're at home, you can eat when you want to eat. All you need to do is make sure that you're eating light meals. Don't eat anything too heavy, because if you end up feeling nauseous, you're not going to enjoy throwing up some greasy food, right? So just eat light meals, stay hydrated, but you don't have to starve yourself, because labor is a lot of work to do under normal circumstances. It will be so much harder for you when you're hungry and starving. Okay, another thing that's routinely done is the cervical exams. That's basically when they're trying to see how dilated your cervix is, and sometimes they do this even before labor starts, like maybe your final weeks or days of pregnancy, but it's most common during labor. But contrary to how popular it is and how often it's practiced, these exams are actually not a necessity. And the reason for this, the reason why it's not a necessity, is because how dilated you are at any given point in time, it doesn't tell us much. It doesn't tell us how much longer you have for the rest of the labor, because you could go from 2 cm dilated to 10 cm dilated in 30 minutes, or you could take 8 hours. So it doesn't really tell you how much longer you have, which I know is the reason why a lot of moms want to have this done. They want to know, well, how close am I? And so the risk of this is that what happens sometimes is women, they think they're further along, or they think they're more dilated than they actually are. And so when the doctor checks them or the nurse checks them, and you were thinking you're 5 cm dilated, but you're actually 2 cm dilated, you could become discouraged and feel like, oh my gosh, I still have so much longer to go. But that might not be the case. You could really just go quickly through the rest of the process. And so if there's really that risk of you getting discouraged, you feeling like you want to give up, then you should consider skipping it, especially if these checks are very uncomfortable for you. Because remember, I told you, for labor to progress smoothly, you want to be as comfortable as possible. You don't want anything that makes you clench up, which I see a lot of women, when they're getting checked, they kind of clench up because it's uncomfortable. You don't want that, especially for something that's not really giving you any information. It's not really helping you. Really, the cervical checks only tell you where you are at that given point in time. What are you going to do with that information? It doesn't tell you how much longer you have, you know. So be mindful of this. Know that you have a right to say you don't want it if you don't want it. Now, if you think it's helpful to you, if it will help you, you know, keep going, if you think it will encourage you, that's fine. But if it makes you uncomfortable and you don't want it, you absolutely can say you don't want it. And you don't even have to take an all or nothing approach. Maybe you could say that you would check yourself when you feel the urge to push, so you can be sure you're 10 cm dilated, you know. But just know that you have a right to tailor the experience to what you want it to be. Yeah, and so yeah, that's just what these next few slides are saying. You know, it can really slow down labor if the checks are making you to be uncomfortable. It could slow down your labor, because when you're not comfortable and you're tense, things will not progress. And we just want you to be worry-free, as comfortable as possible. Feel free to decline it at any point. Even if you had accepted in the past and you want to change your mind, you absolutely can. Now, let's talk about some questions that you can ask before agreeing to any medical intervention. You have a right to be an active member of your care. You know, you don't have to just go through everything, you know, and the doctor or your midwife is just taking the lead and you're just in the back seat. Because what happens is that when you don't know what's happening, you might feel disempowered. You're actually more likely to feel worried when you don't have the right information. So before agreeing to any intervention, just so you have the full scope, you have the full picture, here are some questions you can ask. You know, what's the issue? Why and how serious is the issue? How urgent is this issue? This will let you know if you have time to keep talking, to understand things more. You know, how is this intervention, how is this treatment going to be performed? How likely is it to even solve the problem? Because sometimes they do things and the likelihood of it solving the problem is very low. And then if the likelihood of it solving the issue is low and the risks or the potential side effects are high, you then want to think, like, is this something I want to keep doing, right? If the intervention fails, what next? What else can we try? And this then brings you, like, back to what I said before. Are there any side effects or risks? You really want to know what you're signing up for, because sometimes people accept interventions, treatments, and then afterwards things start to happen and they're like, oh, I didn't know this was going to happen, they did this to me, they told me I should take the epidural, no one told me I could get back pain from it, things like that. So you want to know what the potential side effects are and risks are, so you're making an informed decision. And then finally, what are the alternatives? I told you sometimes, especially in hospitals, they will suggest things to you when there might be simpler alternatives with less risk. So you really want to know, is there any other way we can solve this issue? And so you can then see, okay, is this a risk I want to take? And then you can choose what you want. You really should and can be an active participator in your care. It's not something that you have to just give into the hands of somebody else. So you can take a picture of this, or you can download it from the resources section of the course and just have it there, put it in your birth bag, and whenever they're suggesting an intervention to you, you can just run through these questions, especially if you have time. If they tell you like it's not too urgent, you can talk about it. Okay, now let's talk about how to cope with pain naturally. So you might be wondering, if you're planning to have a medicated birth, you might be thinking that this doesn't apply to you, but it does, because even if you're planning to take the epidural, you will probably still go through natural labor for some period of time before you're able to get the epidural. Maybe while you're still at home, or maybe the anesthesiologist, which is the person who administers or who gives you the epidural, maybe that person is busy with another patient, so you might have to wait. So you want to be able to handle the pain naturally for as long as you have to, or for the entire labor if you're planning an unmedicated birth. First of all, you have to remember that the pain in labor is there for a reason. Remember, I told you labor pain is pain with a purpose. It doesn't mean that there's a problem. For most pregnancies, it doesn't signify a need for you to panic or for you to be worried. It's pain with a purpose, because there are very specific things that are going on inside of your body. Now, I want to tell you about this concept. It's the concept of fear, tension, pain, and it's a cycle, right? So the way this works is that you want to be able to manage your fear during labor. The reason you want to do that is because extreme anxiety or extreme fear in labor can cause tension in your body. Imagine you're watching a horror movie. You might find that subconsciously you've clenched your fists, or you've clenched your jaws, or your eyebrows are like this, It happens without you even trying to do so. And that's the same thing that happens even inside within your body when you're tense and afraid during labor. So that extreme fear can lead to tension in your body, and that tension can cause you to feel even more pain. Remember, I told you that you want to feel as relaxed and as comfortable and as safe as you can. The reason for that is so that you're not carrying tension within your body, because when you're tense, you will feel a lot more pain. The labor could even slow down, or it could stop from that tension. So you want to try to manage your fear for this reason. The crazy thing about this cycle is that it feeds into itself. So you are afraid until you're tense, until you feel more pain, and now you're feeling more pain, and it causes you to be even more afraid, and now you're more tense, and you're just like going from one level to the other, to the other, to the other, and that's how you enter the state of suffering. I'm not saying any of this to scare you. It's actually something that if you understand, you could use it to your advantage. So if you go into labor and you're not afraid, what happens is that you're not as tensed. And then when you're not as tensed, you feel less pain. And then you're like, wait, this thing isn't even as painful as I thought it would be. And so you're even less afraid. And then you're less tense, and then it's less pain. And that's how people go into stages where they're like, yeah, I was just in the zone. I didn't even really feel much pain. Baby just slipped right out of me. That's how they do it. You get to a state of relaxation, and it just feeds into itself, and it continues that way. So try to remember this. Try to let go of fear. That's why we started in the beginning talking about fear. It's so important. Try to relax as much as you can, because with less pain, your body is more relaxed, your mind is more relaxed, and everything will just progress more smoothly for you. You might have even shorter labor, and you have a more positive experience of the whole thing. Now, here are some tools that you can use to cope with the pain and to reduce any amount of suffering during labor. One is breathing through the pain. Deep breaths are so important because it can help slow things down. You might get into a stage of labor where everything might feel overwhelming to you, and you're just like so engulfed in what you're going through. And in that moment, it's such a good idea to do those deep breaths, slowing down your breathing through your nose and out through your mouth, like you can see here. And it's such a good idea for partners to do it with mom, so that she can just sort of copy your breathing pattern, hold her hands and just try to release the tension and pain by using your breath. So when you feel a painful sensation coming, or you feel a contraction coming, try to channel your energy, your focus towards deep breathing. So just imagine each breath being a calming and cleansing breath, and just breathe through those contractions. And you also should remember that during labor, you're not contracting the whole time. You contract for 1 minute, and then you might get a bit of break. You might get 5 minutes break, you might get 6 minutes break, and then you get another contraction. So you're not going to be having those intense sensations the whole time. And usually between the contractions, you feel completely fine. It's the sensations in labor, they are so interesting. It's not like anything else. It's like when it's happening, it might feel so intense, and then it stops and you feel great, and then the next contraction comes. So just try to catch your breath. If you're in such intense contractions, like especially when you're in the transition stage and you're not able to breathe during contractions, you could try breathing between contractions. Just try as much as you can whenever you get a chance to relax and calm yourself down. You could also instruct your team while you're performing this exercise to not distract you. They should be quiet. They could even all tune into your breathing pattern, and you're all breathing together. Another way to manage pain is using massages. Things like head rubs, foot rubs, back rubs, they can offer a lot of relief for you by releasing those pain relief hormones that I talked about. They'll help you relax, they'll help you feel good. So if you're someone who loves massages even before you were pregnant or while you were pregnant, it's a good idea to try them out during labor. You might find that you like them then. If you try it out and it doesn't feel too good to you, that's fine, but it's worth giving it a try. If you're feeling pain in your back, you could get a back massage. And speaking of massages, like this one you see here is called the double hip squeeze. And this one is really great if you're feeling a lot of pain in your hips. If you're feeling a lot of pain in your back, maybe your lower back, you could try the counter pressure. There's so many videos again online on YouTube describing how to do these massages. And so try to practice them before you go into labor, with your partner, with your doula, just so that when you're in labor, everybody's on the same page and you know how these things feel and they know what you prefer, the kind of pressure you might prefer. Holding hands, or even hugging, or even dancing, like slow dancing, it can help ground you during labor and make you feel less alone. I was just talking to my husband last week, and we were talking about how you actually forget how this is actually a celebration. Like labor has been painted to be this scary thing, and people sometimes forget that it's a celebration. It's like a ceremony where you're welcoming your baby, and so treat it like such. Dance, play some nice music, maybe some love songs, and just sway and just try to enjoy the process, and just remember that this is a celebration. This is a good thing that's happening. You're about to meet your baby. Another great tool, this tool I would say is actually number one, is using heat. Things like warm baths, showers, heating pads, they're so great at relieving pain. And the reason this is this way is because the heat helps to relax your muscles. It also increases blood flow, and it's to help ease the tension. And remember, when there's less tension, there's less pain. So try to use heat. Like if you're feeling very intense pain, you could get in the bath, you could get in the shower. If you're having back pain, you could get in the shower and point the shower head towards your back. Or if you're not able to get into the water, maybe because you are strapped up to machines, then you could use a heat pad. Just try to utilize heat. A lot of women find a lot of relief by using baths or showers or a heat pad. So it's worth giving it a try. Okay, so let's talk about positioning. Sometimes during labor, you're actually feeling pain because baby is not in an optimal position. Baby might be stuck in a position that isn't so great. And so that's why it's so important that you move around. Try not to just remain in one position. Don't remain on your back the entire time. Don't stay sitting the entire time. Move around, walk around, try different positions just so that you can help baby move well and be in a position that will make everything much easier and less painful for you. So upright positions are so great for you to use during labor, like squatting. You could even sit on your birth ball and just rock. So it's not really a good idea to bounce. I see that a lot where women are bouncing. You kind of want to maybe rock from side to side, rock in circles on your birth ball. You could do lunges. Sometimes asymmetrical positions like lunges like this could help if baby is stuck. So just try to move around. Just if there is a chance that baby is stuck somewhere, when you move and try different positions, you could help them wiggle out of the stuck position. While you're doing different positions, make sure that you're holding on to something or someone for additional support, because remember, when you're in labor and even just in pregnancy, your muscles are loose and so you might not have the perfect balance. So just so you're safe, make sure that you have something to hold on to or someone to hold on to. Another way to manage pain is using meditation. It's a great way for you to distract yourself, but it's also a great way to help relax yourself and enter into that state of deep relaxation. So practice meditation while you're still pregnant, just so you're getting into the groove of things and you know how it's done. But it's so helpful because, again, when you're relaxed, things are less painful. Things will progress better and smoothly. So just try to quiet your mind and remind yourself that you're safe. You just need to make sure that you really understand and feel that you're safe. And that's why, we talked about everything else, choosing the right environment, choosing the right people to be around you. You just want to feel safe and protected and supported. So while you're meditating, you could visualize yourself in a calming space, but you could also visualize your baby moving down and out, like working its way out of your body. Because really, labor is your body and your baby working together. You're both on the same team. Sometimes you're fighting against what is happening, but if you remind yourself that this is your baby trying to make its way out, you're on the same team. This is a person that you've spent 9 months creating. It's not something that you have to be afraid of. So visualizing that, remembering that could help. And then just try to write down some affirmations that you can listen to or that you can read while you're in labor to just help you enter that state of meditation. You can repeat them to yourself. Then there's also this machine, the TENS machine. It's a device that can be very, very great for helping with pain during labor, especially pain in your back. And it works by sending mild electric impulses to specific areas of your body. So wherever you place it, it would send mild impulses. So it's not anything painful. And it's such a small machine. It could be very helpful. It's very easy to find one on Amazon. So it might be worth giving it a shot, see how you feel about it. If you have a doula, most doulas would have that with them, and they could bring that with them when they're coming to your birth. But also try to practice using this machine beforehand, because it's not very intuitive. You might have to read the manual, or someone might have to explain how it works. So make sure you're very familiar with it before you go into labor, because you can imagine trying to read an instruction manual while you're having contractions, right? So again, if you're interested in getting one, you can find it on Amazon. Some moms actually also use combs to help them with the pain, and a lot of women swear by this technique. And it's basically you're using something called counter pressure. When you're focusing on the pressure that's coming from you squeezing the comb, it can take your mind off the contraction, the sensations you're feeling from your contractions, because your mind usually has a hard time focusing on two sources of pain. So it might be more manageable for you to focus on the pressure you're feeling from squeezing the comb than focusing on the contractions that you're feeling. And it's such a cheap tool, it's an easy tool, it's so small, it's worth packing it and trying it out. If you get it, you try for 2 to 3 contractions. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, you can then try something else. And basically, it's so easy to use. All you have to do is when the contractions are coming, you just squeeze the comb and just try to focus your mind on what you're feeling while you squeeze the comb, and then see how that helps you. All right, let's talk about pain medications. I want to cover this in this course because I know that it's not every woman who's interested in having their baby medication free. And so I want to tell you about the different pain medications you have so that you can make an informed choice on which one you want, or if you want any of them. Remember, the goal is to make an informed decision. It doesn't matter which option you end up choosing as long as you understand what comes with it, and so that way you're making an informed decision and you know what could come with it, and you're just taking a more empowered role in everything. And when you make a decision knowing the full picture, knowing everything that comes with it, you'll be more likely to be happy with the outcome from that decision. Okay, so there are 3 main pain medications for labor. One of them is something called gas and air, and it's usually available in hospitals and in birth centers. And it's also called, you might hear it called Entonox, but most people call it gas and air, and it's self-administered. As you can see in this picture here, the woman is holding it. You completely control it, and it's really just a mask that when you feel a contraction coming, you just put the mask on your face and then you breathe deeply. And so you breathe during those contractions. When the contraction passes, you take the mask off. So you're the one who fully controls how and when you use the gas and air. And so with the gas and air, it's generally considered to be safe. It does come with a few minor side effects where you might feel dizzy or drowsy, you might feel nauseous, or you might even vomit. But other than that, it's considered to be safe because once you take it out of your face, it kind of passes and it doesn't get to the baby. The next pain medication option is epidural, and as you know, this one is the most common option. This is what most people think about when they talk about pain medication during labor. Epidurals, though, are only available to you if you're in the hospital. So if you're someone who absolutely wants an epidural, then you're going to have to go to the hospital because you need an anesthesiologist to administer this medication to you. And the way it works is that there's a small tube that's put into your spine, and the medication is being put into your body through that small tube. That's what you can see here in this picture. So they put the tube into your spine, and this medication is pretty effective at managing the pain because it would numb your lower half, the lower half of your body. It would numb it, and so it's pretty effective at managing the pain. I should say, I forgot to mention, with the gas and air, it doesn't take away all the pain. It really, so say the contraction usually goes like this, and it gets to its peak and then it comes down. It would usually take away the peak of the contraction pain. That's what the gas and air does. So it's not as effective. You still will feel some pain, but with the epidural, it's really pretty good at numbing the pain for the most part. The downside of the epidural comes with the fact that because you're numb, you're not able to move. And I was saying that movement is so important when you're in labor, because if baby is stuck or anything, or using gravity, being able to stand up, it really helps you with the progress of things and helps things to go a lot faster. So that's one of the reasons why the epidural might not be so great, because typically when you have it, you might have to remain on the bed and remain on your back. And so for that reason, when you get the epidural, you might find that labor slows down, and this would also make you more likely to get Pitocin, because when you get the epidural and labor slows down, then they might want to speed things back up for you, and so they might give you Pitocin. And you remember everything I told you of the downsides that come with Pitocin, where the contractions become so strong, and even if you are numb from the epidural and you're not feeling the contractions, your baby is still feeling everything, and so it can really stress baby out. It could make baby's heart rates to drop, and then that now might make you more likely to end up getting a C-section. So actually, when you get the epidural, you're more likely to get Pitocin, and then you're more likely to need a C-section. You're also more likely to need vacuum and forceps to help deliver the baby. And the reason for this is, remember when I was talking about pushing, I told you that you need to first of all be able to take optimal positions while you're pushing, but you also need to be able to feel things and push when you're feeling the urge to push. But with the epidural, first of all, you're having to be on your back, but then you're not also feeling what's happening, so you might not be able to push effectively, and so you might need assistance from the doctor to help pull baby out while you push, just to give you a hand there. And some of the potential side effects with the epidural is you might get headaches. Some people talk about having some back aches. You might also experience a drop in your blood pressure. That's why when you get the epidural, they usually will give you IV fluids just to help manage your blood pressure. So those are the more common and less severe side effects or potential side effects. And some of the more serious side effects, but also less common, are things like nerve damage or infection. So if you're considering receiving the epidural, or you've made your decision to receive the epidural, but you want to learn a lot more about it, I have made a video. I made it for YouTube, for my YouTube channel, but I want you to also watch it, because I went really in depth about epidurals, everything you need to know, how it goes, what to expect. I go into so much detail. So if you're going to be getting the epidural, you're considering it, it might be helpful for you, because remember I told you, when you know what to expect and things are going on, it's less scary. You will probably have a more positive view of things, because you were not confused, you're not suffering, you understand what's going on. So be sure to check that video out. Watch the whole thing. It's basically a guide on epidurals. The third option is fentanyl. This, I will say, is my least favorite option, and you find out why soon. So it's usually administered through IV, as you can see in this picture. It's an opioid. Basically, it's pretty much an opioid that's given to you to help you manage the pain. And when this is administered to you, because it's being sent into your bloodstream, it can take effect very, very quickly. And then it starts to wear off after about 30 minutes to 1 hour. And then you might need for it to be topped off again. The reason why I don't like this medication and I don't advise women to use it is because it comes with so many unwanted side effects, like dizziness, drowsiness, nausea and vomiting. But those aren't even like the worst part of it. The worst part is the fact that it gets to your baby. So with the epidural, because it's not getting into your bloodstream, it's kind of mostly communicating with your brain, it doesn't get to the baby. But fentanyl is going into your bloodstream, and you know, you and baby are pretty much sharing blood. The whole process is kind of like a cycle where if it gets to you, it's getting to your baby. And so when this medication is in your bloodstream, it's in baby's bloodstream, and so it can now have some negative effects on the baby. And even when you're breastfeeding, you know, you could find traces of it in your breast milk that could also be transferred to the baby. And usually babies who have this drug, this opioid in their bloodstream, they might be born, you know, being lethargic or being drowsy. You know, it's just something that you should be mindful of, and at least you should know about before you decide to take it. So yeah, when you're deciding what medication to take, or pretty much any decision that you're making, you need to weigh the risks with the pros, and just see what are the benefits versus the risk, and then you can make a decision on what's best for you and your family, to reduce the risk to you and baby, and then get the most out of things. And just remember again, It's your choice. Just make sure that it's not a decision you're making out of fear. It's a decision you're making being fully informed on what you're doing. Okay, so let's talk about C-sections. Sometimes during delivery, things don't go as planned and a C-section becomes necessary. And I know that this can be hard on parents, especially if they really had their mind set on having a vaginal delivery. But it's important that you try to remain calm, try to remain positive if this happens, and understand that sometimes in labor and in birth, things just happen or go differently from what you might have expected. But I want to tell you briefly just a rough summary of what you can expect if you do end up needing to have a C-section. So in most cases, when a C-section is being performed, the woman is conscious. Only in cases of rare emergencies where they have to put you under and you're not conscious for the process. But most of the time, you're conscious, but you're just numb in your lower half. And when I say numb, I mean that you wouldn't feel pain, but you might still feel sensations like pressure, you might feel some tugging, and that's all normal as long as it's not painful. If it does feel painful to you, it's so important that you let the medical team know that you're feeling some pain. And from when they start to when the baby is born, it doesn't take a long time. And then immediately after baby is born, they will typically bring baby to you, to your face, to your chest, so that you can see your baby and admire your baby. This is the case unless there is something going on with baby where they need to do some checkup. In that case, they would do that checkup first before bringing the baby to you. But if you would like to know more about how these procedures go, or like specifically how your hospital might handle C-sections, it's important that you speak to your doctor about it. Ask any questions that you might have, just so you know what to expect from that doctor or from that hospital, so that if it does end up happening, you are more informed and you would be less afraid. But that brings us to the end of the section on labor. So in summary, we talked about the stages of labor. You now know what to expect during labor and what to do when labor starts. I told you all about the dangers of pushing on your back, and I taught you about episiotomies, and you know how now to reduce your chances of tearing. I taught you some pain coping tools. I told you all about cervical exams, and remember I told you that they are not a necessity and you should feel free to decline them if you don't want them. I showed you some questions you can ask before I go into any interventions, and then finally I told you some of the different pain medication options that would be available to you. So that brings us to the end of this chapter. I hope you found this section insightful, and I hope you found it helpful. I'll see you in the next section.
Trying to bring more energy.
You bring energy. Okay, welcome to the final section of this course, postpartum. This is the period from after your baby is born. But before we start, let's do a quick quiz. How much do you know about newborns? At birth, the newborn stomach is about the size of is it an apple, cherry, or a kiwi? If you guessed cherry, you're right. Their stomachs are so small when they're first born, and this is why you shouldn't be worried when your milk comes in and it doesn't look like it's a lot. Their stomachs are so small, it can't hold a lot anyway, so you don't need a lot of milk in those beginning stages. Now, just for a brief timeline of what we'll be covering, I've broken this section into two parts. So what happens immediately after baby is born, and then I'll tell you some postpartum tips and tricks to make the postpartum period a bit easier for you. So first of all, shortly after baby is born. So when baby is born, they're still connected to you through the umbilical cord. And immediately after they're born, a third of their blood is actually still in the cord and in the placenta. This is why it's so important that you delay cord clamping. Don't cut the cord immediately after they're born so that they can get all of that blood. This is so important because if you cut it immediately, their bodies are still so small that a third of their blood is it's a lot to them. It might not seem like a lot to you, but it's a lot to them. So you want to make sure that they're receiving all the blood. It belongs to the baby, and it will give the baby the best start at life if they get all the blood that they can get. Delaying cord clamping also helps to reduce the chances of baby having iron deficiency, and it has so many other benefits for baby as they grow. So in those first few months after they've been born, it comes with so many benefits if you can ensure that they get all the blood that they can get. And so you might be wondering, how long should I delay cord clamping, or how do I know when it's time to cut the cord? You should delay the cord clamping until the cord is pale, limp, and no longer pulsating. Like if you see this cord here, like look how white it looks. So you want to delay it for that long, and shortly I'm going to show you how it looks immediately after birth. So this is what it typically would look like. You can see it still looks very bright, vibrant. It looks thick. It could be pulsating, and then after if you give it a few minutes, this is what it begins to look like. You can see it doesn't have that vibrant color that it once had. It looks limp. It won't be pulsating anymore. So a trick is that since most doctors and midwives these days, they would offer dad a chance to cut the cord. So when they tell you, hey dad, would you like to cut the cord, just take a look and see if it looks like it's pale, it's limp, and it's no longer pulsating. And if that's not the case, you could tell them, actually, yes, I would like to cut the cord, but let's give it a few more minutes. But it's also important that you include it into your birth plan, and then discuss this with your team, your doctor, your midwife, beforehand, just so everybody's on the same page. And then you can just delay it, because a lot of hospitals, they do say that they do delayed cord clamping, but they actually mean just for 1 minute, and that might not be enough time. So just speak to them about it, get on the same page about what exactly you mean when you say delayed cord clamping. Another thing that happens immediately after baby is born is skin to skin contact. So once baby is born, a great way to welcome them into the world is by placing them on your chest, your bare chest, and then the baby's still naked, because they've been inside of you. They know your smells, they know the sound of your heartbeat. So it's a nice transition for them to go from being inside of you to being on top of you, and it comes with so many benefits. It helps with bonding, for you and baby to bond with each other. If dad even does this, it helps dad and the baby to bond. It helps to regulate baby's temperature, and it also helps steady their heart rate. So many benefits. And usually when the baby is born, in that first hour after they're born, they're usually still kind of alert. You know, newborns, they say they sleep a lot, but in that first hour, they're kind of always awake and just looking around. So it's a good time to bond with them. It's a good time to get to know each other. It's also a good time for you to begin breastfeeding, because they're awake and they're alert. So it's so important that, you know, all the different checks that need to be done, as long as baby looks to be healthy, you know, they can delay those checks for 1 hour while you do the skin to skin, while you bond with your baby. And if mom is not feeling up to it, sometimes the labor has been so long, you know, and after baby is born, mom is feeling exhausted, and that's fine. Dads can also do the skin to skin. You just need to take off your shirt and place baby, and baby will still get all those benefits, you know, the temperature regulation and helping to steady their heart rate. And then it gives you and dad and baby a chance to begin the bonding process. So another thing that could happen in some hospitals after baby is born is that they would give baby their first bath. But you actually want to delay this, because babies are usually born with this whitish substance. Some have a lot, some have a bit less, but this substance is called vernix. And it's so important. It helps to regulate their temperature. It also helps to moisturize their skin, and it's actually protective. It protects the baby's skin from bacteria. So this is not something that you have to immediately wash away. You don't want to spend that first hour giving baby a bath. You know, you can delay it for even 24 to 48 hours. Some people even delay it for a week. So after baby is born, you know, focus on bonding with them, focus on trying to begin breastfeeding. It's not really the time for you to give baby a bath. Now, if baby is covered with blood or poop, meconium, which can sometimes happen, you can just wipe baby down with a damp cloth while mom or dad holds the baby. Otherwise, if, you know, there's no blood and there's no meconium on baby, you can simply just rub the vernix into their skin. You know, as you're cuddling with them, you can just massage it into their skin. It's completely fine.
Do you think your baby will probably love vernix?
I don't think so. Just because when I've seen my cousins, like after they were born, I didn't see it. But maybe they were just giving them baths. But yeah, it's not, I think it's actually kind of rare for it to be so plenty. You know, those ones that look like a lot. I don't think that happens. I haven't seen that happen a lot, but a bit of it, yeah. All right, let's talk about some of the medications that are given to newborns shortly after they're born. So there's typically 3 medications that would be given to newborn. The first one is vitamin K, and the purpose of this medication is to help with blood clotting. So when babies are born, they have low levels of vitamin K, and so they are more likely to have uncontrolled bleeding. And so this is supposed to help with that. And it's either given to baby orally or through a shot into their muscle. Another medication is something called erythromycin, and it's an eye ointment. This one, they give it to prevent eye infection in baby from STI infections, as sexually transmitted infections like gonorrhea or chlamydia. And so this is one where some families decide to skip if they're absolutely sure that there's no risk that mom is carrying any of these infections. So they might decide to skip it, because what happens is when you put this medication in baby's eyes, it blurs their eyes. They can't see as well, and newborns already have pretty bad eyesight, and so it kind of might interfere a bit with the bonding process. But I mean, if you are at risk of having any of this, then the benefit outweighs the downside. So this is something that you can opt in and out of depending on your specific situation. And then finally, sometimes they would give baby the hepatitis B vaccine to help prevent hepatitis. So to learn more about these medications, I recommend that you speak to your doctor, but you also do your own research beforehand. Do this before you go into labor, and then make a decision on what you think is best for your family. I don't think there's any general right or wrong answer. It just depends on what you want and your specific situation. But yeah, for these medications, you can choose to decline them completely, or you can choose to delay the medication for a few hours. I actually recommend delaying giving them a shot within the first hour, just so you don't start to them, or at least try to start breastfeeding before you give them the shot, because when they are eating, they are distracted, and so it doesn't disrupt the baby as much. But if you start with the shot and baby is crying and baby is unsettled, it might interfere with breastfeeding. But then again, it depends on your specific situation. So discuss this with your doctor or your midwife, and then you can make a plan. But yeah, do your research, and I think it's so important. Do it beforehand and make your decision. Now let's talk about breastfeeding. Breastfeeding is one of the ways to feed your baby, right? It comes with benefits like it's an optimal nutrition for baby. It really contains pretty much all the nutrients that your baby needs. Mostly the only nutrient that's not really contained in the breast milk is vitamin D. And this is why if you're breastfeeding, they would usually tell you to supplement and give baby vitamin D drops. But breastfeeding also helps shrink your uterus, which could help with bleeding, and also just help your uterus go back closer to its original size. And it can protect your baby from infections and diseases. So if you catch any infection, your body creates antibodies, and those antibodies are then transferred to your baby through your breast milk. It's also very cost effective because you don't have to worry about buying formulas or buying bottles. There's also no need to prep anything, and it's always the right temperature. So when baby's ready to eat, you don't have to do any prepping. It reduces the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, and there's also that aspect of emotional bonding. But breastfeeding doesn't always come easy. Despite all of the benefits, it's not always as intuitive, and so that's why it's so important that you give yourself grace and be patient with yourself as you learn. And then remember that newborns don't need a lot of milk. Remember, I told you earlier that there are their stomach is about the size of a cherry. So they don't need too much milk. In fact, in the first few days after you give birth, the type of milk that comes in is called something called colostrum, and it's very high in fat, and it can sustain the baby for those first few days. So it's very concentrated, but it's not high in volume, and that is perfect because baby can't hold a lot of milk anyway. So they're getting what they need, but not having to take too much of it. If you're struggling with breastfeeding, it's so important that you reach out to support. You can reach out to your doula or midwife, lactation consultants in your area, and just resources in your area if you need that support. Some hospitals will routinely take baby away from mom to put the baby in the nursery, and this is usually well-meaning so that mom can rest, but this could disrupt your milk supply and signal your body to make less milk. So this is something you should consider. Try to avoid separating the mom and the baby, and just try to stay as much in those beginning days while you're establishing your milk supply. One book I highly recommend that you read if you're planning to breastfeed is by Dr. Jack Newman. It's called Dr. Jack Newman's Guide to Breastfeeding. It contains so much information about breastfeeding, how to overcome some of the hiccups that could come with breastfeeding. So I really recommend that you check it out. You can find it on Amazon. Just try to read it before your baby comes, just to give yourself more information about how to go about breastfeeding. And then before your baby arrives, it's a good idea to research some lactation consultants in your area. Find at least 2 good ones, and then write their name and number. Put it somewhere very easily accessible, like maybe sticking it on your fridge or putting it in your phone, just so that if while you're breastfeeding after baby is born, if you need that support, it will be so easy for you to reach out to them because you already have all the information ready to go. Sometimes breastfeeding is not an option, or maybe not even a preference for the family, and so that's where bottle feeding would come in. Bottle feeding is an alternative way to feed your baby, and it can be convenient because baby doesn't have to rely solely on the mother to be fed, so other people can help feed the baby as well. And this is a great option for women who would like to return to work soon after baby is born, even though you can breastfeed while you go back to work, but this is an option too. The only thing is that some people find it to be tedious because you have to do some tasks like preparing the food or sterilizing the bottles. And one tip is, if you can learn early on your baby's hunger cues, like what signs does baby show when they're hungry, so that you can get a head start and go start preparing the bottle for the baby. And also, speaking of bottles, don't buy too many bottles before your baby is born. I would recommend buying 3 types, maybe just one of each type, and then you get a chance to see which your baby prefers before you invest in buying multiples. Always check the temperature of the milk before you feed it to your baby. If you need to heat the milk up, don't use the microwave. So you can either boil some water and put in a bowl and then put the bottle into that bowl, or you could use a bottle warmer, but just avoid using the microwave because the microwave doesn't evenly heat the milk up. So there will be some parts that might feel like it's the right temperature, but then there might be other parts that are very hot, and then it could burn your baby's mouth. If you plan to bottle feed, be sure to research formula options. There are different types. Just see which one you like, so that before baby has arrived, you already know which type of formula you would want to use, and see if baby likes that one. So like I was saying earlier, try to learn the early signs of your baby being hungry, because if you wait until they start crying before you start to prepare the bottle, they might get very fussy, and it will be much harder for you to get them to accept the bottle or for them to settle down. Don't hold any guilt if you have to bottle feed. Even if you had planned to breastfeed and you've tried all you can, and for whatever reason you have to go ahead and bottle feed, don't hold on to any guilt, because what's important is also how you're doing. You want baby to be fed, but we also want mom to be doing well, because you matter as well. You know, when newborns are born, they go through so much change, you know, from going into warmth, coziness, darkness, into this big world. It's a lot of change. So you want to try to introduce them to life on earth as gently as possible. Be very gentle, be patient as both of you learn about each other, as you learn about becoming a mom, as your baby is learning about how to be a person in the world. And it's so important for partners to share the responsibilities with each other. You know, everything shouldn't just be on the mom. Dads, you can help in whatever way you can. I know you might not be able to breastfeed, but maybe you can burp the baby after mom is done breastfeeding. Just share the responsibilities together so that you can both grow in parenthood as a unit and just keep that bond that you both share. But also remember to soak in all the moments, you know, soak in all that newborn love and all that goodness. You've worked so hard to grow that baby, you've worked so hard to birth the baby, and sometimes with the chaos and everything being so new and sometimes overwhelming, you forget. But try to remember that this is something you worked so hard for, and enjoy the moment. Now let me tell you some postpartum tips and tricks that will help you in those early stages. One of them is to make sure that you prioritize rest. In those few days, few weeks, few months even after baby has been born, you need to prioritize rest. Limit visitors. Take all the time that you need to rest and to bond with your newborn. And don't be afraid to accept help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. We're not supposed to do parenthood alone. Tell your family and friends how you would like to be supported, what they can do to help you, but also be sure to hold firm boundaries. It's so important during this period that you prioritize your physical and your mental health. So uphold firm boundaries. And then nourish your body and your baby. Sleep whenever you can. In those beginning stages, you know, it's not really the time to worry about making sure your home is clean or making sure everything is tidy. If you have to choose between getting some sleep and maybe mopping the floors, it might be a good idea to get some sleep because everything else can wait. Food is so important in those postpartum days. You need to nourish your body. You need those nutrients to help you heal. So eat nutritious foods, drink lots of water. This isn't really the time for you to worry about going on diet. This isn't the time to eat salads. Eat things that are very easily digestible, soups, warm foods, and just give your body all the nutrients that you can get. Especially if you're breastfeeding, you know, breastfeeding takes up a lot of calories, and so you need to be replenishing those calories. Make sure that you're getting enough food. When you're breastfeeding, try to have snacks, fruits, water at your different breastfeeding stations so that you can eat when baby eats and you can just keep your energy up. Another thing I've noticed is that people tend to say that breastfeeding makes them super thirsty. So make sure you're consuming enough water. Your body is taking a lot of the water that you have and using it to create breast milk. So make sure you're replenishing the water that you have. Drink lots of water. Have water bottles around the house. And then now some tips. So after your baby is born, you might feel sore in your perineum, your vaginal area might feel a bit sore, and that's normal, right? This is where pad sickles come in. Basically, it's a mixture of witch hazel, typically aloe vera. Some people add lavender. They put it on a pad and freeze it. And basically what it does is it helps to soothe that area. Because of the special ingredients that are in there, they help with pain, swelling, itchiness, and the coolness from it being in the freezer also helps soothe the area. Another one is the peri bottle. Like in those first few weeks after birth, when you pee, it might sting a little. And this is because there's tears or micro tears. So even if you didn't actually tear or you didn't need stitches, there might still be some micro tears in your perineum. And so because there is salt in your pee, when the pee hits the tears, it stings. And so this is where the peri bottle comes in. And basically, you're using the water in the bottle to dilute the salt in your pee and to reduce the stinging. And all you need to do is really just fill the bottle with lukewarm water and then use it as you pee. Okay, there's also something called Dermoplast. It's basically a numbing spray that can help with itchiness and pain in your perineum. It's very easy to use. You just spray it down there and it will just numb the entire area, and a lot of moms find it useful. So what you should do is, before you go into labor, these items that I've just listed, you want to stock up on them: underwear, pads, peri-bottle, particle supplies, Dermoplast. And then, depending on how many bathrooms you have in your home, you want to fill those baskets with these supplies and place them in the different bathrooms that you plan to use. And this is so helpful because when you have these things put in the basket, they are very easily accessible. Everything is in one place, and it will make so much of a difference in those postpartum days when you're tired and you're sleep deprived. You thank yourself that you planned for this. So just do this before you go into labor. But let's also talk briefly about birth control. Guys, it's actually possible for you to get pregnant while you're breastfeeding or before your period returns. So many women have gotten pregnant unplanned because they thought that breastfeeding was going to act sort of like birth control, but you can get pregnant even when you're breastfeeding. So if you'd like to avoid this, use your preferred method of pregnancy prevention before you resume, or when you resume sexual intercourse. But also, you should know that most providers recommend that you wait at least 18 months before you start trying to have another pregnancy. So this way your body gets enough time to recover. So speak to your provider about the different birth control options and try to use whichever one you prefer before or when you start having sexual intercourse. Now let's talk safety. There are two main safety concerns with newborns and infants. One is safe traveling, and then the other one is safe sleep. So for safe sleep, do all your research on safe sleeping, like making sure you're having the right mattress, the right bedding, that baby is going to bed in the right clothing. Just do your research so that you can make the right decisions and have baby sleep safely. And then the other safety concern is safe traveling, and this is where car seats come in. And car seats, actually, they are not as intuitive as one would think. Apparently, a lot of parents are actually not using their car seats correctly. So make sure you do your research beforehand so that you know exactly how to tuck your little one into the car seat so that they can be safe. If you would like more support or more information about this, there is this mama on Instagram. She's called Safe in the Seats, and she basically has her entire Instagram dedicated to car seat safety. So I recommend you check her out on Instagram. Do this before your baby arrives, and she just has so much helpful information about making sure your baby is safe while they're in the car seat. And then you also want to consider childcare. This is if you plan to return to work. Start researching childcare options for your little one early on, because apparently many daycares in many countries have long wait lists, and so it could be hard to get in. So don't delay it right until when you need it. Some people even start researching these things, in their first trimester, getting on wait lists. So look into this early on. And so that way, if you need to join a wait list, hopefully by the time baby is ready to go into daycare or childcare, you'd be off the wait list. But that brings us to the end of this section. We've talked about what happens shortly after your baby is born. I talked about the different options for feeding your baby. I gave you some postpartum tips and tricks. And finally, we talked about safe sleep and safe travels. I want to thank you so sincerely for choosing to take this course, for choosing to put your family and your baby first and learning all of this. This is really the first step at giving your family the best start and your baby the best start at life. You're already doing so much of a good job. I really hope that you found this helpful. I hope to hear from you in the community section, and I hope that if you found this helpful and you have other people who are pregnant around you, that you recommend this course to them, and it's basically would be a gift to them to give them all of this information. Thank you so much once again for watching, and I will see you when I see you. And basically, this is where you are now. You remember we started off with you feeling confused, with you feeling unsure, and now hopefully this is you and your partner feeling safe, feeling ready, feeling empowered, and I really wish you all the best on your journey through pregnancy, through labor, and parenthood.